That's right. That's right. All right. Everybody here? Where's Walsh? There he is.
Recording in progress.
Is Zoom working again? Is Zoom working?
Presumably. We can check. Well, good evening and welcome to the Federal Way City Council meeting for Wednesday, November 6, 2024. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, welcome everyone. Great to see everybody. Okay, we'll just start off with a very sad and somber note. We lost as a city one of the great true pillars of our community, a good friend of Federal Way, a good friend of mine, a good friend of all the people on this dais. Deanie Duclos passed away last week. She was a former council member. She was the former longtime executive director of the Multi-Service Center. And when I first met her in 1995, 29 years ago, she convinced this young lawyer that she was meeting with, that she had traveled all the way up to my office in Renton and asked me to join the board of directors as a 20-something lawyer to join the board of directors of the Multi-Service Center. And little did I know what I was getting myself into. She was a very, as you know, she was a tireless advocate not only of the Multi-Service Center, not only for the city, but for whatever she believed in. And I'll tell you, everyone who knew Deanie knew exactly what she thought, because she told you exactly what she thought. And she had this just really refreshing quality about her that was direct and honest and forthright. And why don't we, and I know we all have our own special memories. She sat on this dais for many years. And when I first ran for office back 22 years ago, she sat in my living room, hours on end as an advisor and a friend, and continued that. And periodically she would pop into my office and remind me I needed to lose weight, which that was Deanie. But she also did me the honor of asking me to take a look at the books that she wrote. She wrote 2 books, and she did me a great honor by asking me to read it and see if I could find any errors or suggestions or the like, and I was honored to do so for her. Let's have a moment of silence for Deanie. All right, thank you. If Deanie were here now, I'd tell her I'm working on it. I'm working on it, Deanie. All right, let's move now to the mayor's emerging issues and report. Bill? Okay, we've had a busy couple of weeks, and we had actually 3 weeks between the meeting, our last meeting, and this meeting. And also, I just want to make sure everybody who is ever watching or watches this later, we're having this meeting on a Wednesday after the election because pursuant to council rules, on election day in November, we hold our meetings on the following day on the Wednesday. Tomorrow morning at 7:30, doors will open at the community center, the Federal Way Community Center at the community room for our 2025 legislative breakfast. We will be joined by our senator and 2 state representatives. I'd like to congratulate our 2 state representatives for their re-election, State Representative Jamila Taylor and State Representative Christine Reeves were both re-elected to their posts for another 2 years. Senator Wilson was not on the ballot this year. And anyway, we're going to be seeing them tomorrow morning. We're later on in this agenda, we will have a discussion about the proposed legislative agenda. And council, we've made sure that we've taken steps to prepare for any additions or corrections or subtractions from the legislative agenda. So it's not, obviously, it's not locked in stone. You're the legislative body, and well, we can adjust. And Tanya, I want to say a very special thank you to you for all your hard work and follow-up. We have one of our two state lobbyists, Jim Hedrick, in the back of the room. Thank you, Jim, for being here, and thank you for your counsel and your guidance through this process. So it's a great opportunity for the community to get together, our legislators and the council, and we'll walk through some of the issues that we all face, and that they will certainly face during a long, what's referred to as a budget year, which, to my understanding, Jim, is a 105-day legislative session. Is that right? Yep. So that should put us probably about the first week of April. We were poli-sci. I was we were not math majors. Jim and I were both poli-sci majors at the U. When's Sine Die?
April 27th.
All right, 27th. Okay. So it's and you know, hopefully they'll be able to get their business done in that first week. All right, next.
First week.
I mean that first session, and not have to go into special session. Okay. Recent community events. We had the Multi-Service Center MSC Helps Luncheon. That was at the Performing Arts and Events Center on October 17th. We had a great speaker.
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones, thank you. Longtime Federway advocate and a friend of Federway. She did a great job. And so that was a really kind of a packed, not kind of, it was a packed luncheon. I want to say, John, the Performing Arts and Events Center was absolutely beautiful. Food was great, too good, and it was really a great event. Okay, we had you take a look at the middle picture there, middle bottom. That's myself. Yes, those are boots on. Thank you, EJ. And we took a trip. That is on the that is what's referred to as Structure C of the that's what's called that bridge element that is parallel to I-5. That picture was a few weeks ago, and we took a tour of the longest spanned section, unsupported span section in the entire system. That caused a year-long delay in our process, in their process to get light rail down to Federal Way. Money and time well spent on 100-year infrastructure. It's going to transform our community, and it was absolutely fantastic to get a very close view. Also with us in the middle of that picture is the intrepid reporter for the Federal Way Mirror, Keelan. And Keelan did a great job with her article covering that. And really some amazing engineering that went into that process. There had been soil instability on the west side of the freeway, just north of 272nd. And so we got the 50-cent tour on that day. All right, and to the right, I had asked John a couple of times, what in the world was a pumpkin plunge? And there it is right there. They Leaf, and I think the gentleman right to my left there, who's that, John?
Jake.
That is Jake Pyatt. He's awesome.
Okay. Jake and I were looking at some pumpkins that had been tossed in the pool, and people were able to pick out their pumpkins. And I got to tell you, that was a very, very popular event. It was great to see the families there, and it was a good time. Okay, next. All right, we had trick-or-treats at the community center on October 26th. We had the Farmers Market Halloween costume contest on October 26th, and that was a lot of fun. And weren't the kids adorable? And some of the pets were dressed up as well. And there was a great rendition of Thriller, so it was good to see the Patricks and their cohort. Oh, that was a great picture there with the little firefighter.
It was difficult being a judge,
It was.
and we made the mayor announce the winners.
Exactly. That little boy was so cute. They were all really cute. It was really fun. Okay. Oh, and then there's that dog there. The people, some of the pets had costumes. And then we had the we've got our own David Kaplan in the audience now here on behalf of Sound Transit, my former co-worker in the state senate, but another individual, really a legend in our community, H. David Kaplan. We dedicated a bench to him at the West Hellebus Park on October 30th, and a lot of his friends and family and supporters and members of the council were there right by the Denny cabin to dedicate a bench to H. David Kaplan. He passed away some time ago, and his friends, his dear friends, were supporters about having a dedicated park bench to him. He was really instrumental in the development of the Hellebus Park. Also, very much a staunch advocate for the Performing Arts and Event Center, for Celebration Park, for Federal Way. In fact, H. David used to always sit in the very front row of every city council meeting, and he was a dear friend of Federal Way. So it was great to be able to do that. John, thank you very much for you and your team making sure that it looked very nice. Yeah, he was a real gentleman and really a friend of Federal Way. Okay, next. Okay, we've had 4 business district meetings. We split the city up into 4 districts. The most recent one, well, we started off with the Olive Garden on October 22nd, and that was the south one. Then the central was later that same day at Staybridge Suites, the former La Quinta alongside I-5, and that was well attended. And then the north business district at the PAC on October 29th. And that, again, was well attended. All the pictures you could see there, all of them are well attended. And then this morning, we had the West Business District at Twin Lakes Golf and Country Club. My friend Tom Coburn, who was the relatively new general manager at the Golf and Country Club at Twin Lakes. And gosh, Bill, how many people do you think we had there today?
I counted 78 without staff.
Yeah, it was great. It was really, thank you, council members, for your attendance and your support of that. We mailed out over 3,500. I'm getting signals from. We got to work out a signal system here so nobody can steal our signals. Tanya, what's the number?
We have 4,000 licensed businesses in the city, 4,087, and we sent out both letters, snail mail, and emails to all of them.
Great. Okay. Great job. We really got the word out, and a lot of those businesses not only received our email, but the regular mail as well. And I want to thank Chief. Thank you for being at each one of those, and also Keith Nevin, our community development director. Thank you, EJ. Thank you for being there as well. Brian, and we really were able to answer a lot of questions people had, whether it was about crime, or what we're doing on public safety, graffiti, shopping carts. A lot of people want to know what's happening with the Jack in the Box on Pack Highway, which has now been permitted, by the way, for those wondering. Yeah.
By the way, update on Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
Contractors were out there today.
Awesome. Great news.
Yep.
Okay, so those were a total success, and once again, Tanya, I want to say thank you very much for doing all that and all your efforts. Okay, next. Okay, upcoming events. Boys and Girls Club Paint the Plow this November 17th, and hey, that's tomorrow. The Boys and Girls Club paints the plows, and then we go out and take pictures and give certificates to there's the younger group and the older group, the teenagers, and it's an annual fun event. Council, if you'd like to come, that'd be really fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Misprint on that November 7, not 17. 17 is not tomorrow.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It's
November 7 is tomorrow. That's
You're right. There we go. Thank you very much. I know that didn't sound right. Okay. We have the fall. Oops. Oh, hello.
Sorry. There you go. Shoot.
Okay. Okay. We have the Fall Family Movie Night, which is Sing at Dumas Bay on November 8th, which is Friday, right? Today's Wednesday. Yep. Then we've got the Federal Way Veterans Day celebration, November 9th on Saturday, 2 p.m. at KOAM. Hope everybody can make that. I want to say a very special thank you to Vicki Chenoweth. Thank you, Councilmember Honda, for your assistance with that as well. Kiwanis assistance, and one person can make a difference. And Vicki Chenoweth just made up her mind. We're going to have a veterans ceremony. Good for Vicki. And we did some ads in the paper. We've got it all organized, and we're going to have a very special event. And our own Colonel Kevin, thank you very much for your willingness to speak at that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, then we've got SeaTac Airport Expansion Public Comment. That's on November 12th. That's at 6 to 8 p.m. at Wildwood Elementary. And then we have arranged, that's Wildwood over there east of the freeway at 2405 South 300th Street. And Bill has been coordinating with our videographer, and we're going to have somebody there that can make sure that we take all this information down, record it, and put it on not only our social media outlets, but also get it on Channel 21. All right, I think that's it. That's it. Okay, that's my report, everybody. And now, for the most important part of the evening, public comment. I only have one pink sheet, is that right? Okay. Okay, we've got Karen Brigado. Come on down.
Good evening, City Council, President Kochmar and Mayor Farrell. I would like to talk to you as a citizen today about the proposed 25-26 biennial budget. I am not going to be talking about raising the Arts Commission budget at all, but I will talk to you about something regarding the Arts Commission, Diversity Commission, Senior Commission budget. I would really like to have something happen that doesn't cost a dime. We need to put them on the biennial budget. And I know with the Arts Commission is mentioned in everybody else's budget around us, our peer cities, Auburn, Kent, Burien. We reviewed these back October 15th at the last meeting. I don't have to do it again, but we need transparency. We need to show that we have these commissions. When you look at our budget, we were there, Arts Commission, from 1993 to 2011. I don't know why we're taken off, but more material is why we have not been put back on. It's interesting, at the last time we got together, Brian Davis, thank you for saying these words. The council on September 27th identified some past history of spending of the commissions. Effectively, that's when we are opening under, that's what we are opening under unless the mayor and the council decides to increase or decrease the amount. This is easily done. They are not huge amounts that we are talking about. Budget adjustments for commission budgets are not overly burdensome for us. Now, during that meeting, I know the budget for the Arts Commission is $53,000. It's always been $53,000 for about almost 20 years. But during that meeting, I heard that we had a budget of 65, and then I heard 70, and then I heard 75. I don't know what it is. Of course, we could find it in the budget, but it's not there. Lots of commissions have done great things. The Diversity Commission has their community festival. The Senior Commission has their resource fair. The Arts Commission has its Arts Explosion. We put these on through volunteer activities. Volunteer activities that, we put in our time, our sweat equity, our talents. We do have budgets. It's important that you realize, you see us, you recognize us. We appreciate all your accolades about what we do, but what speaks louder is being ignored. We need to be on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Yes.
And before I say another word, thank you so much for your service on our commissions.
I will
Appreciate that.
continue to bug you. Let me say that.
We expect you to. Steve, is there a practical, Steve Groom? Sir, is there, sorry to, Is there a practical way that we could include those? I know that we,
I'm just making a calendar reminder for myself tomorrow afternoon, because I think in one of our study sessions, we said, why don't we add a little table in our budget document
Yeah.
that details each of the commissions? I think it's easy to do.
yeah, I think Karen's right. I think we all probably are in agreement that it's an easy fix. Karen will take care of it.
Great, thank you.
All right, you can write that one down too.
I'll write.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any more public comment? Anybody online? All right, there we go. Okay, now, we're joined by our friend at the Port of Seattle, Dave Kaplan, my former coworker, 30 year, should I stop saying that we worked at the Senate together 30 years ago? Does that make us sound old? Mature, exactly. Dave, what do you got?
Thank you. And before I start, I just want to offer a personal note regarding the passing of Deanie Duclos. She made the Multi-Service Center important not only for Federal Way, but for all of South King County. It's been an indispensable service provider for SeaTac, Des Moines, and others in terms of the services they have. So her passage, she's left a legacy that we can all be proud of. So.
Thank you, Dave. And for everybody, Dave Kaplan was also on the city council of Des Moines. How long were you on the council, Dave?
16 years.
16 years.
Okay. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Yep. Yep. It's. Okay. Okay, there we go. First, thank you for making time on the agenda for us to present tonight. I know that with biennial budget and your comp plan amendment, major comp plan update, you've got a lot going on here in the city, not counting the Sound Transit and the other things that are going on. So greatly appreciate that. With the release of the, on October 21st, of the FAA's draft environmental assessment for the Sustainable Airport Master Plan, or SAMP, we want to share directly with you information about the document and especially how to participate in the public comment process. Why are we doing the SAMP? Just as a reminder, we did scoping 6 years ago, but just as a reminder, the growth in our region, especially in passengers, has been consistent and strong. And we will see slightly more passengers actually at the end of this year than we saw during our highest year in 2019 before the COVID pandemic shut down travel. The airport capacity baseline study, which Puget Sound Regional Council published in 2021, showed a strong correlation between the region's population growth and airport activity. In fact, 70% of the flights originate out of Seattle, which means it's people from this area who are traveling elsewhere and coming back. 30% come from elsewhere, either on passing through or coming here to Seattle to visit. The forecast for future demand is very strong, and even when new capacity from SAMP is assumed, which it was in both the Puget Sound Regional Council baseline study and the state airport capacity planning, the SAMP will not be able to accommodate all of the growth. Without new facilities for future projected demand, people will still travel, but congestion at SEA will increase, causing additional delays and a worsening level of service. There are some key factors in our population which drive the demand, that 70%. Business growth, international business and leisure travel connections, well-paid jobs, companies and schools based here who attract residents, and those are just some of the reasons people travel to and from Washington State. With those forecasts in mind, the port began developing the master plan, which looks at the entire airport. It's a complete plan. It's to develop and propose airport improvements that are needed for future demand. And the work is one of the earliest efforts at an airport anywhere, including sustainability directly in the planning and not just an approach later in project design. So the master plan at SEA is the sustainable airport master plan. The sustainability component of the airport master plan identified where we build, how we build, and how we operate in the existing 3-1 runway configuration. Among the 31 projects that constitutes the plan, one of the projects, project designated A01, the taxiway AB extension project, will require moving the antenna for that end of the runway. As one of your representatives to the start, your citizen representatives to start pointed out, the glide approach for that end of the runway was actually lower than it was for the other 5 approaches to the other runways. So with that, we have an opportunity to actually move the antenna and raise the height at which aircraft heading north fly over Federal Way, which should help mitigate some of the noise. Completed milestones, as I mentioned before, we had scoping meetings, including here in Federal Way at the Community Center back in 2018. The FAA conditionally approved the airport layout plan, and forecasts have been updated in large part due to the pandemic and the delays caused by that. As you may already know, environmental review under federal and state laws is done to assess how projects, if built, may impact the environment. It compares the proposed action, in this case the SAMP, against other alternatives that could still meet the needs and against a no-action alternative or scenario, as if no projects were built. The FAA is the lead agency for the federal review under NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, which is what was released on October 21st. And the Port will be the lead agency when we undertake the environmental review under state law. That work will come forward next year. I have a short video to play now, which I'm hoping everyone can hear.
In 2018, the Port of Seattle completed its Sustainable Airport Master Plan, or SAMP, for Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, or SEA, which outlines the growth strategy for the airport. This plan addresses increasing passenger and cargo volumes through a suite of projects known as near-term projects. Longer-term projects were also identified, which will require planning and environmental review. The purpose of the near-term projects is to address challenges like insufficient passenger facilities and cargo handling and outdated airfield design. By 2032, SEA is expected to serve over 57 million passengers per year. The projects include building a second terminal and roadways, enhancing taxiways, and ensuring that the airport meets FAA standards while improving efficiency for both passengers and cargo. We're also planning for increased fuel storage, including storage of sustainable aviation fuels. These projects are expected to be completed or well underway by 2032. Environmental reviews this year and next are the next steps for these proposed projects. An environmental review is an important process that assesses the potential impacts of a proposed project and no action alternative and any other alternatives being considered in detail on the environment. It helps determine how the proposed project might affect environmental resources such as air and water quality, wildlife, traffic, and noise levels in local communities. The impacts of each alternative in the environmental review are compared to the no action alternative to determine if the impacts are significant compared to not doing the projects. Impacts expected to exceed regulatory thresholds are considered significant impacts, while impacts under the threshold are considered non-significant impacts. If significant impacts are identified, the review outlines ways to avoid, minimize, or mitigate these effects, ensuring projects can proceed responsibly while protecting both people and the environment. If impacts cannot be mitigated below the threshold of significance, additional work such as an environmental impact statement will be required. The environmental assessment performed for the FAA analyzed 15 resource categories for potential impacts and found one with significant impacts that can be mitigated by the port below the threshold of significance. This is surface transportation. To offset the expected transportation impacts from the near-term projects, the Port of Seattle will invest about $40 million in improvements to ensure smoother traffic flow in and around the airport. Detailed information on the findings, the resource categories, as well as how to submit a comment or attend one of our public meetings can be found online at the link in the description of this video or at sampntpenvironmentalreview.org. We encourage you to participate in this important process. Together, we're building the future of SEA.
Okay, the draft NEPA document is approximately 270 pages overall, but 75 are the actual text of the document, which includes graphs, tables, and other illustrations. It's divided into 7 chapters, and that's essentially the meat of the document. The appendices, there are 15 appendices, correlate with each one of the 15 resource categories that are studied under the National Environmental Policy Act. So that'll have the detailed analysis on things such as noise, such as ground transportation, such as socioeconomic. So it speaks to each of the different categories under the NEPA document. You can find the project map and the list in Chapter 1 that lists all of the projects and shows a map of the projects as well, which you saw there and which you've, I'm sure, seen before. How do you access the document? Well, it is accessed via the SAMP website, which is a separate website and has not been affected by the cyber attack that we had. The physical copies are also at the library shown, including here in Federal Way, on the library on 320th. And agency and public comment period, we noted that we would give a 30-day heads up on when the environmental would be released. So on September 20th or thereabouts, I came before the City Council during public comments and gave you the heads up that this was going to be released on October 21st. The FAA, normally National Environmental Policy Act is open record is usually for 30 days. The port, at the request of the communities, when we were going through scoping 6 years ago, committed to asking for additional time from the FAA. We asked for 60 days. They granted 45. We're aware of the letter that has been sent to the FAA asking for additional time, and Commissioner Mohammed, on behalf of the Port Commission, had sent a letter in advance of that asking the FAA to give that due consideration in terms of additional time for public comment. As noted before, there are 4 meetings. There were originally going to be 3, but thanks to the mayor and your city council asking for the additional meeting, a public meeting is being held here, as noted, at Wildwood Elementary on next Tuesday, November 12th, from 6 to 8 p.m. Comments can be made, need to be made by December 5th at this point in time until we hear otherwise from the FAA. You can email comments in, mail comments in, and there is an opportunity to, at the public meetings, either give verbal input to a hearing examiner who will capture the information, or handwritten comments that will be collected as well. All of the comments will be responded to collectively. So the hearings examiner will take verbal comments directly from the attendees if they would like. Again, at the website, you'll see that there's a submit a comment right next to the materials tab, which leads you to the actual chapters within the NEPA document. And again, Wildwood Elementary next Tuesday from 6 to 8 p.m. The documents which explain the environmental process, the SAMP and the public comment process are on the website, including translations available in 6 languages, and which We are running advertising, port newsletters, social media to publicize the NEPA and public comment period. And we will have people there at the meetings to be able to further assist with other translations beyond the 6 most common languages in the area. This postcard was sent out to 126,000 homes, including those in Federal Way, just last week, I believe. And so everyone should have received this at their residence. And the other side of the card. In terms of next steps, we expect to see happen this year and next are shown above. All the comments, like I said, will be responded to. If the FAA finds the proposed action would have significant environmental impacts that could not be mitigated below the level of significance, and that level of significance is a federally defined level, and you're able to ask the experts who are going to be at the various stations at the open house what that may be, then an environmental impact statement may be prepared. But if the FAA finds the proposed action would not have a significant environmental impact, then the FAA will issue a mitigated finding of no significant impact, otherwise known as a FONSI, as part of their record of decision, which is likely to be issued sometime in the first quarter of next year. The port will conduct a similar environmental review under SEPA, State Environmental Policy Act, beginning sometime late spring, early summer. And the port approves the SEPA environmental review. And then just a reminder, these are the dates and times for the meetings. If you're not able to make the one in Federal Way, you're welcome to attend any of the meetings. In addition, there is a video that has been posted at the port's temporary website and also will be posted on the SAMP site, essentially walking through the presentation and the questions that were raised during the presentation of the Port Commission back on October 22nd. So with that, I'd like to answer any questions you might have.
Councilmember Savedowson?
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure seeing you. They're translated in, 6 or 7 languages, and one of them is Amharic, the language I read and speak. And I wanted to ask, who does the translation? Because there's already, I saw an error in there. So who do you use for your translation?
That is an excellent question. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But I will try and find out.
Thank you.
And that was an Amharic?
Amharic? Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, council, any other questions? David, once again, thank you very much for not only coming here, but also making sure that the Admiral, retired Admiral, was able to get us the public meeting date here in Federal Way. That means a lot to us.
Well, we appreciate hearing from our constituents. We share constituents.
We do.
People forget this. We're a county-wide agency, and we have the same constituents as our other jurisdictions. And so it's important that we make sure that everybody's got that opportunity. So thank you for asking, and our friends at the FAA were kind enough to let us do it, so.
Very good. All right.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, and now the next, our council committee reports. Let's go ahead and go through these. Parks, Recreation, Human Services, and Public Safety Committee. Councilmember Walsh.
All right. Normally, we would be meeting a week from tonight. However, most of the council will be in Tampa for the National League of Cities conference. And so our next meeting will be December 10 at 5 p.m. right here.
All right, thank you very much. All right, next, we've got Land Use and Transportation, LUTC. Councilmember Dovey.
Yes, excuse me. We had our meeting on Monday, made it through our, I don't know how many page book, but the meeting went well and everybody participated very well. So thank you for the staff getting us through that. And our next meeting will be December 2nd in the council chambers.
All right, thank you. All right, Finance, Economic Development and Regional Affairs Committee, otherwise known as FEDREC. Councilmember Tran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our committee met 2 weeks ago on October 22nd. We approved 4 items. Item B through E on the consent agenda tonight for your approval. We also approved 2 items to go to the business agenda. The resolution on 2025 fee schedule and COPS grant. That is going to be on the business agenda later today. We also approve 1 item, the ordinance on the 2024 biennial budget amendment for the public hearings tonight. And we also received updates from Tanya, Economic Development Director, on the city marketing program. Thank you, Tanya, for that. Our next meeting is going to be on November 26th, 5 p.m. in this chamber. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, Councilmember Assefa Dawson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I have nothing to report.
All right, thank you. Regional Committees report, Councilmember Honda.
Thank you. Some of you may know Mike Dinwiddie. He has been the manager at the King County Weyerhaeuser Aquatic Center since it opened. And he sent me a message the other day that his last day is November 27th, which will be a great loss to the Aquatic Center because he has done so many amazing things for that building and that program, and bringing people here from all over the world to swim there and to see Federal Way. But because Mike is such an amazing person, he's already scheduled Flag Day for us, which is something that the Federal Way Soroptimist Club does, and the city helps participate in. That is scheduled, put it on your calendar, Saturday for June 14th. He won't be working, but he wants to be a volunteer there, so he's an amazing man.
Since we talked about this, I talked with Stephanie. Our next meeting on the 19th is really, really heavy. But the following meeting, the first meeting and the last meeting of the year, is when I've sort of earmarked to see if we can get him here to recognize him for his efforts.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
He has done amazing things for our community.
Yeah.
And he's going to be missed.
I think he's been there since 1990 when the pool opened. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it's in the works.
Awesome, thank you.
So is that key of the city?
Well, we haven't, I don't know. We haven't figured it out. I haven't made the.
Well, it better be now.
Haven't rounded third base on that yet. All right.
Asking for a friend.
Exactly.
I'll get you the pool.
Exactly. Yeah, that's under consideration.
I also wanted to thank Janet Chance. She's a volunteer who has worked for years in domestic violence, and I say she's one of my heroes because she's done so much for domestic violence victims, and she's served as our secretary on the Federal Way Domestic Violence Task Force, and she sent an email today saying that she is retiring, and she certainly deserves to retire. She's done a lot of work. But this week, we finally got our dating violence brochures printed, thanks to Cynthia McAtone and the Franciscan Hospital System. And I have one for all the council members. These went out to our schools, and they're at the hospital and some other places throughout the community. If you work with domestic violence victims and you would like to have some of these brochures, please let us know and we can get them to you. But thank you, Janet. You've been amazing to work with. AWC District 13th meeting is being held at Maple Valley, November 22nd in the daytime, 11:30 to 1. And they need you to register in advance if you're going. And AWC also has committees open. If you're interested in serving next year on a committee, you need to apply by November 20th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Council President.
I'd like to thank Stand Up volunteers. There are 34 of them who cleaned up the property behind Good Shepherd, Church of the Good Shepherd on 312th, and perhaps we could also recognize them on the first meeting in December for all of the work that they've done in cleaning up encampments.
That'd be nice.
Just a reminder.
Okay.
Okay.
Stephanie, remind me.
Earmark.
Exactly.
Okay, and we will be, the majority of the council will be attending National League of Cities Conference. Some of the topics we'll be discussing deal with pretty interesting topics: drones, electric taxis, community impact with regard to immigrants, safety with regard to communities, and also AI, which I think is a pretty interesting topic, artificial intelligence. And then right after that conference, Councilmember Hahn and I are going to another conference in Portland, put on by Christine Gregoire, former Governor Christine Gregoire, and it has to do, it's called the Cascadia Innovation Corridor. It has to do with housing, zoning, permitting reforms, and also creative options for financing for housing. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, now we are on to the consent agenda. These items have gone through committee and can be passed all at once, or after I read them, I'll ask the council if a member would want to pull an item for separate consideration. All right, on 7A, minutes for the October 15th, 2024 regular and special meeting minutes. B, monthly financial report, September 2024. C, AP vouchers, 9/16/24 through 10/15/24, and payroll vouchers, 9/1/24 through 9/30/24. D, 2025 Senior Advisory Commission Annual Work Plan. And item E, Federal Way Community Center, FWCC locker room renovation, authorization to bid. Council, is there an item a council member would want to pull for separate consideration? Councilmember Honda?
Yes, please, I'd like to pull the AP vouchers. I have a
AP
question.
vouchers. All right, okay.
Thank you.
Any other, all right, Council President, do you have a motion?
Thank you. I move approval of consent agenda items A through B and D through E.
Second.
There's been a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, A, B, and D, E pass. Item C, Councilmember Honda?
Thank you. I had originally, when I was going through the vouchers, had asked a question about this, and I got my hands on the contract. This is a JM Arts Consulting LLC. They have a contract with the city to do work over at the PAC to do some work on the PAC to, I guess, to see how the PAC's working. They have quite a number of things that they need to do. One of them was current funding model and revenue streams, occupancy, community organizations and events, arts education and community engagement programs, stakeholder engagement. And the contract is for $60,000, but the voucher is for $10,000. So I'm wondering, did they, and this contract runs through the end of December, did they do all of the work that's in this contract, and will we as a council get a report on it? And did they spend, was this $10,000 just the end of, did they get $50,000 before
That's a
that?
contract for work on the consultant, for the consultant contract on the
Yeah.
Performing Arts Center. I believe
Jay-
that their work is ongoing. That is Joe McElwain. I'm a little bit familiar with it, but I know that since their work is ongoing, I think that they are, it's probably a progress payment.
Why don't we
Okay.
get, should we get John to weigh in? Hey, John, you're on the spot. Here, we got a
No
close
problem. I came wildly prepared for this question. Not at all. So,
Sorry,
Do we have a camera? Thomas, can we get a camera close in on
yeah,
John?
that'd be great. Zoom in, Thomas. Yeah.
I understand if you need to get back to me, that's perfectly fine, but, you know, the contract's 60,000, the voucher was for 10, so I'm curious if, you know, they received 50,000 before, or since the contract will be done on 12/31, if they'll receive money afterwards for finishing the,
I will absolutely have Autumn get back to you with all of those answers to those questions. And it is Joe McElwain. Steve is correct. And he is performing some really good work along with the coalition over there and the PAC and the city are kind of combining in 3 ways on that. But I will have Autumn get you some specifics on that via email tomorrow.
okay. And when they're done, it would be great for council to get a report, because this is a lot of information that we've been talking about for a while, so.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
All right.
So I move approval of item C on the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion, a second. Thanks for all that, John. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, matter passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, and now, before we, actually, I see our finance director is poised and ready to go, but we have our two city lobbyists that do not live nearby. What I'd like to do, if it's okay with council, is we've got our 2025 legislative agenda, and we've got our two lobbyists in the back of the room. I mean, I don't think they're billing us by the hour, but on the other hand, they are from out of town. They've got other things going on. So is it okay, council, if we take this out of order? Okay, very good. Okay, and we're very lucky to be joined by Luke the Truth Esser. Luke was a true Renaissance man at the University of Washington. Luke, do you mind if I tell this story?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
All right. At the University of Washington, he had an article. He was a columnist in the Daily, and his call sign, his weekly column in the UW Daily was Luke the Truth Esser. So his friends refer to him as Truth. So we've got Luke Esser, Jim Hedrick, our longtime lobbyist. Gentlemen, how long have you been working for us at the city? Five-ish? Okay, all right. Okay, and now we've got Tanya Carter. Tanya, you want to kick us off?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council President Kochmar, and council members. Tanya Carter, your Economic Development Director. I am here joined by our lobbyists this evening, as well as support from our policy advisor, Bill Vidino, and also any directors, should there be any more detailed questions, to share our proposed legislative agenda. So the policy question for before council tonight is, should the council approve Federal Way's legislative agenda for the 2025 Washington State Legislature session? And just to go through a quick overview, there will be three parts to the presentation today. The first is the legislative session overview for 2025, which Mr. Esser and Mr. Hedrick will provide for us. And then I will jump back in and provide an overview of the city legislative agenda, which is proposed. It is the majority of the presentation tonight, and I will go through briefly what our suggested agenda is, and then there will be time for questions and answer from the council to anybody, staff or the lobbyists.
Yep.
So I will hand it over to our lobbyists now for the overview.
All right, Luke.
Mayor, Council President, Council members, thank you for the opportunity. Luke Esser, part of your state legislative lobbying team, providing the first half of an overview of the upcoming 2025 legislative session. This session, as is the case in all odd-numbered year sessions, will be a long session, as we call it, 105 days, and as opposed to the 60-day short sessions, which occur in even-numbered years. In the long session, the state will adopt biennial budgets for both the operating budget, capital budget, and the transportation budget. And it also gives them more time to consider and adopt policy legislation as well. So it is frequently the case that larger policy changes are considered and made by the legislature in the long session. So there'll be a lot of activity over those 105 days, which come up always starting on the second Monday of January, which happens to be the 13th, and continuing until late April of this upcoming year. We will have, we've known for some time, we'll have a new governor, as three-term incumbent Jay Inslee announced he was retiring, and Jim will provide an update on the composition of the legislature and the governor's mansion and other offices that directly affect the legislative process. I'll also mention that budget leaders in Olympia have been talking for some time about the challenge they will face in balancing the state budgets, especially the operating budget, starting next year. And they have thrown around numbers that range from $5 billion in the biennium to up to $10 billion over the 4-year outlook. And the state legislature, the state of Washington, is required to balance their budgets over a 4-year outlook and not just over the forthcoming biennium. The transportation budget will also face some challenges because the state gas tax is becoming a declining revenue source, both because more and more people are utilizing electric vehicles, and also those who continue to drive gas-powered vehicles frequently using vehicles with better mileage. And so the gas tax is becoming a declining revenue source. The state is figuring out how to continue to fund committed to projects that are seeing large increases in inflation, as is often the case with construction inflation these days. So that is another budget that's facing some challenges. The capital budget is probably the one budget that isn't facing that near level of stress in the upcoming biennium, and so should still have opportunities for cities to procure appropriations for useful projects. I'll also just mention briefly that since it is the season for legislative priorities, as is the case with some of our other city clients, the Association of Washington Cities recently adopted their legislative priorities for the years, and they tier theirs, and I'll just note that in their top tier are 5 items. The first is fiscal sustainability, which for AWC is centered on the trying to modify the 1% property tax limit up to a 3% property tax limit per annum, public safety issues, infrastructure investment, increasing housing supply, and increasing behavioral health treatment capacity statewide. So that is just a brief overview on some of those items for the upcoming 2025 legislative session. And with that, I'll turn over the next portion of the presentation to my colleague, Jim Hedrick.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jim Hedrick, your state government relations consultant. Great day to be in Federal Way. Been quite a mood, I think, going into this legislative session in that revenue, Lou kind of alluded to this, that the revenues have been flat or down. They've got one more quarterly revenue forecast next month before they go in. Just a little bit about the budget process. Governor Inslee will submit a budget proposal to the legislature going out the door in December. By law, he has to do that. But Governor Ferguson will put together what we would call a Book 2 budget, and there'll be a second governor's budget probably out. I would assume probably the 1st of February would be his target date to get a budget out, and then you have another quarterly revenue forecast in March, and then in April legislative budgets come out, and then by the grace of God, they get them passed, and we're done with one budget in late April. But revenues are down, so they have been talking about new revenue. We don't know what that looks like yet. On the operating side, on the transportation side, I do know Senate Democrats have had discussions on the transportation budget. Probably not a gas tax. The cap and trade bill being sustained by the voters last night is very helpful to them, but that is mostly multimodal or active transportation issues. But that alleviates a big priority for them in the transportation space. I don't think the rider usage charge will be a part of any package this time around. There's not the technology, as you and I are standing here tonight, for them to implement anything like that. But they are testing those kinds of things. One thing I do want to say that in the budget, Governor Ferguson, or Governor-elect Ferguson now, was running on that $100 million public safety package. So I see your flock safety cameras, maybe the BLEA costs for law enforcement. That's the basic law enforcement academy. I do see a package for that. He said $100 million. So I think he'll have to make good on that promise in some effect. So I mean, you might want to be thinking about what might fit into that space on the public safety side, on the operating budget. So we've talked about transportation, operating, and Luke alluded to the capital budget. I think your charging stations for your EV vehicles in the Emergency Operations Center, I think those are very, very doable things that we can get to and be successful going into the 25 session. I just want to talk about the makeup real quick, and you've seen the election results, and we're early in the process. But of the initiatives, 2066, which was the carbon ban or the natural gas ban, that is being sustained. That's the only one that seems to be a yes vote. It did drop slightly today. We'll know a lot more tomorrow. King County kind of has the big wave on Tuesday night, and then Wednesday there's a little bit out and trickles out, and then Tomorrow, there will be a lot more votes out. But right now, Democrats hold a 58-40 majority in the House. There are 3 House races that are, well, 2 of them are too close to call. They're down in Southwest Washington. They are both Republican open seats, so I mean, it's a potential pickup for the Democrats there, but they're too close to call, and by that, I mean they are less than 300 votes, both of them. The Democrats are going to pick up that open house seat in the 26th Legislative District, which is over in Gig Harbor and Kitsap County. They will pick that up with Addison Richards over Jesse Young. That will be a net pickup for the Democrats, so then they do pick that up. In the state Senate, again, in those same legislative districts in Southwest Washington, we've got 2 Senate races that are too close to call. One's an open Republican seat. Oh, check that. They're both open Republican seats, too close to call. One is 235 votes. Paul Harris, who is a incumbent House member running for the Senate, too close to call, but he did pick up about 1.5 points today. And then up in the 10th district, which is anchored in Island County, Ron Muzal, who is a incumbent Republican, is losing at this time to Janet St. Clair. So Senate Democrats could pick up 1 to 3 seats in the Senate. So, I mean, they already have sizable majorities. They will have increasing majorities, plus the initiatives may all go down. But I mean, we're watching the ban on natural gas or propane very closely, and natural gas. That's what I wanted to share with you tonight. We're happy to take questions if you have them.
Okay, maybe when we get
end?
all the way through. Thank you very much, Jim.
Sure.
Okay.
So before I start on the legislative priorities that we have proposed, just to give the folks in the public a little bit of a background on how we built it, we started about 5 months ago to build the legislative priorities, and we started by asking council for any of their thoughts or opinions. We also then built an initial priorities overview, and then we discussed it with our lobbyists as well, and then we continued on to have discussions with Senator Wilson, Representative Reeves, Representative Taylor, and then continued to refine our priorities. And then, of course, one of the important parts of the strategy is that we also wanted to make sure that we were in alignment with what the priorities are for our legislative delegation and the state. So those were kind of some of the strategic thoughts behind putting this together. So as Mr. Esser and Mr. Hedrick alluded to here, there are 2 parts to our priorities, and the first part is the budgeting side. And so there are 3 parts to the budget. And there's the capital budget, the operating budget, and the transportation budget. And so we essentially have made various asks on those budgets. And then there are also 3 issues that we wanted to provide our positions on. So I will briefly read an overview of each one of these. On the capital budget requests, the first request is for $150,000 for EV chargers. And essentially, the overview on that is that the City Parks Department has identified the Federal Way Community Center as the best first option for installation of charging stations for several reasons. The facility is a high-use building, and the nature of the visits are perfect for EV chargers, as the average visitor stay is approximately 90 minutes, which is commensurate with rapid chargers currently on the market. So again, our ask is $150,000. The second ask is for $82,583, and that is for our Emergency Operations Center. So the city is seeking to install smart monitors, resilient and redundant networks, and communications equipment to rapidly and accurately collect, understand, and share information and conduct planning in the event of an emergency or disaster. This project will cost $82,583. And the city has received already to date $21,629 for upgrades as a part of its annual emergency management performance grant. The second budget where we are making an ask is also, which was previously alluded to, is for flock safety cameras. So $200,000 ask. Flock cameras enhance public safety efforts and represent a significant shift in modern policing. These cameras offer advanced features such as high-resolution optics and real-time connectivity, giving us a competitive advantage in identifying vehicles of interest and reinforcing our commitment to public safety. The cameras will be strategically placed to augment the existing safe city cameras the city has invested significantly in over the years. The flock cameras will also allow the city to proactively and reactively respond and disrupt crime in our city and neighboring jurisdictions. The cameras will serve as a force multiplier, and their presence will help locate missing persons, recover stolen vehicles, deter crime, and contribute to a secure community environment. The last, I will try to go through these quickly. There are 4 transportation budget requests, and most of these were on our previous asks in the last session. So the first ask is for the roundabout. So the roundabout at State Route 99 Pacific Highway at South 373rd Street. The intersection at SR 99 and South 373rd Street has a failing level of service and a significant crash history in addition to several fatalities. The city has actively been designating the project to provide increased traffic safety and capacity, as well as local access by constructing a roundabout at the intersection. The city requests funding support from the legislature as the roundabout is principally located on a state route. The total project cost is $6 million, with construction start in 2025. To date, the city has received the following funding: $723,000 TC4, $1 million for traffic impact and mitigation fees, $2.5 million in TIB, and $800,000 for City of Federal Way direct funding. The second project is the City Center Access Project. The ask is $100 million. The City Center Access Project improves access from Federal Way City Center to and across I-5. Additionally, it improves intermodal and multimodal access by modifying an existing overutilized South 320th Street interchange in order to better accommodate concentrated urban growth and provide multimodal connections for transit agencies. The project total is $700 million. The city received a $30 million legislative earmark in 2023 that is starting in 2026 and has approved right-of-way acquisition in 2026. The request is a transportation budget request and not a general fund request. The third of the 4 transportation budget requests is for increasing circulation and traffic capacity in downtown Federal Way. The ask is for $5 million. The City of Federal Way has limited connections from downtown area to the regional transportation network with limited ways to disperse traffic. To partially address this, the circulation improvement project includes extending sidewalks on South 312th Street from Steel Lake Park going east to 28th, and construction of frontage improvements and safe walking routes for students between 312th and Truman High School, and pedestrian crossways and safety improvements in the downtown core. Lastly, we have improvements to Southwest 336th, Southwest 340th corridor. Construction improvements to the Southwest 336th Street and to Southwest 340th Street corridor, including a roundabout at Southwest 340th Street and Hoyt Road Southwest. With traffic from the City of Tacoma's Brown Point area and the City of Federal Way, this area has seen an increased level of congestion. Traffic is projected to continue to increase, and with the anticipated Sound Transit South Federal Way Station, improved connections between Tacoma and Federal Way are needed. The last 3 items that I will share are on the initiatives that we are providing our position. The City of Federal Way, so for indigent defense, the City of Federal Way strongly opposes the adoption of caseload standards for indigent defense, which are not based on a thorough study of the court system that operates here in the state of Washington. Regardless of what caseload standard is ultimately adopted, the biggest flaw in our current system is that Washington State is one of only a dozen states that provide minimal funding for indigent defense, leaving that funding burden almost entirely to local governments. We therefore urge the state to provide a meaningful level of financial support for indigent defense. The second of the 3 items is maintaining local control for homelessness issues. The City of Federal Way opposes legislation that would limit the ability to address homelessness within our community. The city does not criminalize homelessness. We provide resources to find shelter and services to those in need, and we have been successful in addressing these issues without state intervention. And the last is condominium reform. So here we would like to take action to reduce barriers to the construction of new condominiums, including liability issues, which drive up the cost of construction and insurance. Condominiums have great potential to provide affordable housing options that help families build equity and generational wealth. So that concludes our budget and initiative asks. And next are questions and answers from staff or our legislative lobbyists as well.
All right, council, any questions? Councilmember Honda.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here tonight. I would like to possibly add two things to our legislative agenda. One is that we had this last year on our legislative agenda, which was funding for mental health and addiction resources. We are told that the state has funding for that. I don't see it here in Federal Way, and I know we need it. So I would like to ask if we could add that. And then secondly, I'd like to ask for funding for beginning the work on the possibility of developing an inclusive park in Federal Way. I have talked with Representative Jamila Taylor for the last 2 years about this, and she has suggested that if the city is interested in doing that, she could potentially find us some funding. I realize this is a long-term project, and I'm just asking for funding to begin the project, to find a location and develop a plan on moving forward.
Okay, is that in the, okay, so let's get through the comments, and then we'll come back to see if there's a motion. Councilor McDaniel?
Yeah, I'm just gonna second on some of that stuff. The email I sent out was, I'm looking drug treatment center, sober housing, not just homeless housing. I prefer to have sober housing. And then other one was money for an inclusive park, so I kind of fall on with some of those.
All right, thank you. Councilor Walsh?
Yeah, it kind of along the line of what we were talking about, some of us were talking about earlier, is I think kind of under the maintain local control for homelessness issues, but also add state to help with this, state funding for the establishment of addiction and mental health treatment centers. And so I think that would be well. And then I don't think that this would really be in the legislative agenda, but just a general ask for them is to encourage them to be cognizant of legislation that micromanages city planning and also creates unfunded mandates. And like I say, I don't know whether to have that in official part of the legislative priorities. However, it's something that impacts us. And chances are this legislature will do more things that will impact us in those ways. So, anyway.
And maybe that's, we can certainly express that during the breakfast tomorrow.
Right.
And I'll leave it to the council whether you want to add that language. Councilor Ridovey?
Yeah, I had more of a process question. I mean, we're getting prepared to have this meeting tomorrow morning, and there's a lot of good things we've just heard about that we might want to talk about, but if we say, hey, we want to add this now, and it's, 8:30 or whatever time it is?
We can get the materials fixed.
We could get it done, or,
Yeah.
or could we come back and add it when we're got a little more baked, a little more facts?
Well, the agenda, I mean, the breakfast is tomorrow.
Well, it's tomorrow, but you
Yeah.
got, they don't go into session until January.
Yeah.
I don't know the political process on that. Is that?
Let's ask Luke and Jim on that issue. I mean, if, I guess, our breakfast is tomorrow, but the council member is right. We've got, some time.
We've already talked with Ms. Carter about, we're certainly willing to wordsmith whatever changes council adopts. So we are here to serve and want to make sure we put on the best foot and face tomorrow morning.
But being a former state representative and a former state senator, and we've got a former state representative on the dais as well, the question is whether we want to, we've got another council meeting, 2 meetings before the end of the year.
Okay.
If it doesn't end up on the agenda, Council President, you have a
Well,
comment?
I don't see any reason not to add things to the agenda. My real suggestion is that, did you tell us that we had a $5 billion deficit over the next 4 years, potentially?
That's the number that
Yeah,
that
I
we've
know.
heard
Well,
thrown
so
around.
I think what we might do better at doing, and I think you said any projects like public safety related, the new governor would be interested in that. So I mean, we can add things to the agenda. I'm not against that. I don't have a problem with it. I just think that from being in the legislature, if you kind of concentrate on, when you have a lot of items, you lose track of what you really need to concentrate on, which is where you might get the biggest bang for your buck. And that would be, you just told me, the public safety. So I don't see any reason why we shouldn't talk about it, but I don't know if it's, I mean, if you want to add it, I'm fine. It's just, I don't know if it's really going to go anywhere because they're not going to have the money for it.
Add what?
We had a motion and a second, I believe, to
No,
add.
not yet.
Oh, just
yet.
just a discussion. Okay, well, there's no reason why we couldn't talk about it in questions and answers at the end. I mean, do you want to add it, like, formally to the
Add
agenda?
what?
Councilmember Honda had a suggestion for, and
An
then we're
ADA
talking
park?
about.
Yeah, the three that I know, well, the two that I know of was the drug and mental health treatment, because we've heard there's been funding for that one, and the other one would have been money for an inclusive park. So
Right.
those are the two.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me, but why would we go before the legislature to ask for money on a park that we haven't agreed we're going to have one yet?
Yeah,
mean,
and that's
mean,
all,
we-
that's
that-
true.
that's
Maybe
like-
that's something we need to talk a little bit more about.
Wouldn't we actually have identified a location, funding, support in the community, like 5 other steps before we ask the legislature for money for a park that we don't know where it's at? We don't know if there's a majority on the council that supports it? Why would we ask the legislature for money for that?
So Mayor, can I finish my question? I had one more thing. I believe I've been told by one of our representatives, there's a tremendous amount of money, and maybe there's not, for housing issues that nobody's really taken advantage of, and I could be wrong, but it seems like one of our asks might want to be around doing some sort of trial on a housing project for people that are underhoused, and make Federal Way a showcase of how to use zoning and state money for housing, and, bringing elderly and people together, and, even along the TOD projects that are coming up. But it may be a bigger project that has to be done,
So-
but housing is really a big problem we have.
So maybe what we might do, Mayor, I don't know if this helps, maybe we might talk about these ideas and just see if there's any interest in the legislature before we move forward to say we really want that. I don't, for example, if there's no money and there's no interest, there's no need to spend a lot of time talking about it. But it's certainly up to my colleagues.
Well, I guess my question is, how much would we ask for a park that we have not identified that we have a majority vote for, that we don't know where it would go, we don't know how much it would cost? So what would we be asking for?
It would be asking for studying the possibility of building an inclusive park. So looking for a location, looking for where we could put it, what we would put in it, and what it would cost.
But has this body voted?
We haven't gotten to
We
that part.
haven't decided we're doing that.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
comfortable
mean,
with
it's
asking
a really,
for
it's
something
a
we haven't
completely,
talked about.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not comfortable with asking for something we haven't talked about or even voted on.
Like housing?
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I have several questions or comments, but regarding the inclusive park, I mean, we've talked about it a lot. Maybe we didn't vote on it, but we need it. It's such an important thing for our city, for kids who are disabled or whatever the need is. And so I don't even think it's a matter of voting on it, it's just a matter of planning it, because it's important that we have it. And not only the kids, if I had little children, I would like to have something that I could take my kids to, right? So that also is about the adults who need to support their kids, but also the kids who need it. So I would be surprised if we vote that down, even if it went for voting. And like Susan said, I believe it does take money, and we all know that, to plan, to design, to do all that. And we've done this before in the past. So I'm surprised that we're even questioning why we need it or how we can vote on it. So.
Well, how much are we going to ask for? I mean, we can't just, throw things, go ahead.
Usually, correct me if I'm wrong, but usually you have to have some skin in the game. In other words, you have to have the project identified, and usually you have to know how much you're going to be contributing as a city, and maybe have identified the property. Is that correct, Luke?
What I would say is that the more fleshed out a project is,
The better.
and the more of a match you have, the better your chances of getting funding.
Right.
I don't want to throw cold water on it entirely, because if you have local legislators who are really fired up about a particular project, then it can be possible to get money without being as far down the line or having as much matching funds. But as general propositions, the further you are down the line in design, engineering,
Right.
and matching funding, the better your chance.
So my concern really is, we've got a tight budget, they've got a $5 billion deficit, but really, we've got an operations and maintenance facility we're building. And having been involved in public projects many times in the past, there's always cost overruns called change orders. And so that's a big concern, so.
Yeah, Councilor McDaniel?
Yeah, bypassing the inclusive park one, the one thing that was also brought up was the mental health and drug treatment facility. And we've been pretty much told by people who are actually in the business that unless somebody up here does anything about it, it's not going to move forward. So I will fight for that one, if nothing else, with the motion to put on for tomorrow's conversation.
Okay, so what would the ask be?
The ask would be for funding, and you're looking for an actual dollar amount?
No, funding for what?
Funding for the, let me think how I'd phrase it then. Give me a second.
Could I help you? for a
Yeah, go
second?
for it, go for it.
We can add it to the second bulletin here. The city provides resources to find shelter and services to those in need, including, and that could go under the, well, I know this says homelessness, but it could be housing or something.
So I just looked up our legislative priorities for 2024, and this is what it said: funding for behavior, mental health, and addiction resources. That's exactly what it said last year.
And
it didn't have an amount next to it.
And what would the ask be? How much budget? I mean, what's our plan? Does anybody have something written up?
We didn't have a number next to it last year.
Well, it's kind of like what we've just talked about, but I don't know if this helps you at all. Councilmember Walsh and I met today with staff and with Ken Stark from the Senior Commission about this very topic, about finding funding for a treatment facility. And the county is talking about building 5 different facilities, and we would like to talk, there's supposed to be one in the South County area, and so we just talked to them about working with county staff, having a meeting with them to find out what their intentions are. And so maybe, and you have a wonderful idea, that I'm not against that at all, it's just maybe we need to flesh that out a little bit first before we get to the legislature.
I do want to make sure that something's clear in regard to an accessible park, that in my email to you several weeks ago, I suggested that since it had not been agreed upon by the council had never agreed to pursue that it would be a perfect topic for a retreat discussion to make sure where it fits in the budget, where it fits in the priorities, and because of multiple different factors. And so, but also note that each and every one of our parks is ADA accessible. That you can't have, Brian, every one of our playground equipment is required to have ADA compliant playground equipment. And we do that. We comply with the law. Brian?
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick comment on the timing of what we're dealing with tomorrow with the breakfast. I don't want to get into the merits of what's being asked for, but one of the things that the legislators asked us as a city to do this time around was to provide plenty of runway for them. And so we met with them as early as, I think, June is when we started meeting with them to talk about the city's legislative priorities. We've had check-ins with the council at the committee level and the council level, full council level. So I just want to add that information as you're having this discussion, and that maybe adding ideas less than 12 hours before we're meeting tomorrow, that there might be a better way to do it. Again, I don't want to talk about the merits, but just the process. It might be better to postpone last-minute additions until later, because this is what they're expecting tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, what we're presenting to you, because we've already vetted it with the council numerous times.
The other issue is, John, didn't you meet with the council member in regard to investigating, at my request, investigating doing a study for this very issue?
Yes, we just met yesterday morning, right before the benefits fair, had a great meeting, talked about, Councilmember Honda's vision of what she's envisioning from a standpoint of two things. One, an inclusive park versus a neurodivergent, and those are two different things. So we kind of fleshed out some details about that, about some potential thoughts about siting it at some different locations. We talked about what would be important at those locations. First and foremost would be parking. So yeah, we just had a meeting yesterday about it.
Have you tracked down any kind of figure about what a study would cost?
No, and I'm hesitant to make a guess. I mean, I could make a guess for what some studies cost, but it's dangerous. Don't pin me down to it. We think 50 to 200,000.
In that range?
In that range somewhere, but please don't pin me down to that being accurate.
Okay, Councilmember Daniel, I see your lights on.
Yeah, as to the response for 24 hours, this email was sent out on October 25th. I responded on the 30th, have not received a response to it, so this is the first time I've had an opportunity to actually talk to my colleagues. Second of all, that meeting and that meeting have not been passed on to council. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's moving and shaking. The council's not being informed upon too, so it's really difficult for us to understand what's going on, but we're not allowed to talk with more than two people at a time when there's side things going on too. So I'd appreciate responses, and then also, if there's this new information coming through, at least a head up or an update that's on there, so we don't ask for stuff that we have no clue that some things are already going on. So that's all I want to say.
All right, is there a motion?
Well, before,
Yeah.
let's throw another monkey wrench into this, because I was talking to Commissioner Laura Belvin today at lunch, and Water Sewer Commissioner Laura, she's president of the commission now. They have a problem with regulations. They're saying that it could put them out of business. So she's asking for permission just during the question and answer period, just to bring up a topic for the Water Sewer Commissioner. Lobbyists, are you okay with that? If one of our, Lake Haven's not part of the city, but they're asking for some time to talk about their problems.
If, my advice would be, if the city has gotten to a point where we have fully fleshed out our requests and the issues we want to discuss, if we want to let a partner have a question as well.
Of course.
It affects all of our citizens.
I wouldn't want to have it diminish our agenda, but always want to be good neighbors as well.
We almost always run out of time.
Right.
Almost always run out of time at this breakfast to talk about what's on this agenda.
She could always talk to them privately, too, if they had
Correct.
to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, Mayor.
All right, are there any motions to?
I think.
have one more
I'll open the floor. Councilmember
Yeah.
Dawson?
So all the other issues outside of the initiatives, of course, are looking for dollar amount, right? There's a dollar amount attached to them. So with this one, we're just saying, we don't want you, what's the purpose of adding the initiatives to this agenda? I mean, to the legislative agenda.
I can say, because I wanted to make sure, the last thing in the world there's some buzz that one of the things that the legislature could possibly do is to legislatively impose the restrictions of the previous Boise decision that was overruled by the United States Supreme Court, and to put those restrictions in place on cities in Washington. And this is a preemptive approach to our legislators to let them know, please don't do that. That's what that's the position. Because what we don't want to do is be in a position in which it is illegal for us to remove people from sidewalks, from parks, and tie our hands to make sure that our streets and our community is clean. And the other issue is regard to indigent defense. There's something major that is occurring, that the state Supreme Court is in a rulemaking phase that could literally change the way justice is done in the state of Washington. The state Supreme Court right now is in the process of rulemaking that has to do with caseload studies. And the rules that are being requested by public defenders and defense attorneys is to impose a caseload study that was done that if the state Supreme Court adopted it, could double, if not triple, the cost of public defense for governments. That means every city, every county, everybody who prosecutes, because you literally cannot prosecute a case without, under Gideon versus Wainwright, you cannot prosecute anybody without supplying them with a lawyer. But if the state Supreme Court imposes this rule, in regard to caseloads, it would limit the number of cases that public defenders could have, and therefore we would have to make sure that either twice or three times the number of public defenders were hired in order to be able to prosecute cases that occur in our community or in King County, which would triple the cost of the public defender costs. And so if that comes over to the legislature, we want to make sure that we put our marker in about that. This is not about the state process, but if it ends up in the legislative process, where it probably should be in the first place, we want to again make sure that our position is clear about this. And if the state Supreme Court imposes that rule, it'll have profound effects on budgets for every city and every county in the state. So that's what that's about. Okay, Councilmember Honda.
Because this was in our last year's legislative priorities, and I don't think we can let this one go. We need to ask for funding for behavior, mental health, and addiction resources. We have had people stand in front of us meeting after meeting after meeting talking about this. We did not have a funding amount attached to it last year, and I don't know, $500,000, I don't know. All I know is that we have been told by our state legislators there is funding available for this. We're not seeing it here in Federal Way. I believe we should be asking for it.
And just for clarification, it's money to give to us or money to give to a provider? Who is the money, what would the funding go towards?
Certainly would be going to a provider. We don't have the resources to do that ourselves.
Okay. So is that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It's been a motion and a second to
Mayor,
add.
Can I add one thing before we vote on this?
Yeah.
So this meeting is scheduled for tomorrow morning.
Yep.
And we cannot modify a special council meeting's agenda without 24 hours' notice.
Right.
So we have a very specific agenda that kind of mirrors this document. So to the amount practicable to comply with the OPMA, it'd be best to try to put these in one of these categories.
Well, I think what we could do is, the PowerPoint is not part of the agenda.
No, it's just
And-
the PowerPoint and the agenda are almost identical.
And we could have a section under that about new additions from council meeting discussions. So, we need to give council a meaningful opportunity to weigh in on the document.
Could it go under homelessness issues, even though you can have addiction and behavior and mental health issues without being homeless? Certainly.
Yeah.
To the degree that we could shoehorn it in an existing thing, that's the cleanest way to handle it. But if we can't, then we'll have to.
Okay, well, it would be under a particular item. What, council member, what item would it go under?
Maintain local control for homelessness issues.
But we don't need a motion to do that. You can just bring it up, correct?
Well, I think she wants it written on here.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, yes, it would go under that section, and we could talk about it during that time. We're not seeking to amend the agenda for tomorrow, but council needs to meaningfully be able to weigh in on the agenda. And then we would have the agenda you know, whatever's passed today, the council, the legislators would have the agenda in their possession. So however we talk about it tomorrow, we can put it under that. Okay, there's been a motion and a second to add last year's language with regard to funding for treatment. Could you say that again?
Funding for behavior, mental health, and addiction resources.
Okay, Stephanie, did you get that? Okay.
I have a comment.
Okay, there's been
Sorry.
a motion, a second, now discussion.
But if it goes under the homelessness issues, then there's no dollars we're asking here, we're just making statements? So would it fall under there when we're asking for funding?
I think it generally fits under that category, and yeah, I mean, it's.
So-
And we didn't have a dollar figure with it last year. Are you suggesting a dollar figure?
I threw out $500,000, but that's just a guess. I have no idea. We didn't have a funding, we didn't have a figure for it last year. We asked for funding.
Okay, there's been, okay, thank you. So that's a point of, so the answer is, you can add a dollar figure if you want. We didn't have one last year.
Just getting clarity here.
All right,
because of-
absolutely. Councilmember Dovey, and then Councilmember Tran.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I'm going to vote against this amendment. One, we don't have anybody to give the money to. Two, we don't have a program. We could end up with another day center, and it's not thought through. I'm not opposed to getting money for mental health. I think it's a good thing, and I think we should do it. But this is like a backwards way to do something, in my opinion. So I'm going to vote against this part of the agenda because I don't think we've cooked it. We don't know what we're going to do, and we're just going to look dumb. But that's my opinion on it. Thank you.
Councilor Tran?
Thank you, Mayor. So I do want to say that I want to support the two items that brought up by Council McDaniel and Councilmember Honda in regard to the inclusive park and the behavior and treatment center. However, with the time and the short turnaround time and the fact that we don't have any specific to share with the lawmakers tomorrow, I am reluctant to support this. I think it is important, and you have my support on this, but we need to take a step back, make sure we do our homework before we present it to the lawmakers. I think that is more logical, and we have more chances to get their support to move forward. So that's my 2 cents.
All right, Councilor Walsh?
Yeah, I would like to get the opinion from our lobbyists. I definitely support the concept. I very much support the concept of it, but I would like to get a professional opinion on whether, the way that we presented the thing with the addiction and mental health treatment last year, was that good, that bad? Obviously, nothing came of it when we presented it last year, but.
Councilmember, I'd make the comment that the more specific your ask, the likely are you to get what you're hoping to get. And for example, I'll draw back to a comment I made earlier about one of the 5 priorities of the AWC is increased behavioral health treatment capacity statewide. And obviously they're a statewide organization, so they're worried about things statewide. So there's nothing wrong with asking for more resources generally for behavioral health or other services. You have a better chance, the only comment I make, you have a better chance of hitting the target more precise you are in what you're asking for. For example, we're asking for specific dollar amounts for specific projects in other items on the agenda. So there's nothing wrong with making a more general ask. There'll be a better chance of achieving your overall goal if you have something, the more specific you can make the ask. And I do want to defer to the city attorney on the issue of how these documents can be changed before tomorrow morning. That is certainly the bailiwick in which he has the real expertise.
If we, considering that AWC did have that in their legislative agenda, would it, by us saying something, would that help support the AWCs or?
Many cities we represent include in their legislative agendas, support the elements of the AWC legislative agenda as an additional item near the end of their more specifically, items more specifically tailored for their particular jurisdiction.
And may I put in my, after 4 years being in the legislature, I can tell you that makes a lot more sense. I can tell you I was very proud of the projects that I received money for, like $1 million for the nursing program at Highline Community College to make it from a 2-year to a 4-year degree, like getting money for Redondo when the Redondo Pier needed to be, the boardwalk collapsed during a windstorm. So money I got for transportation projects. It was very, the flyover over Highway 18 over by Costco. But those were specific dollar amounts that we knew what the project was going to cost, and that I had it in writing. And we can't just ask for money for a project. We don't know if it's enough, not enough, and so or more than enough. So, and even who it would go to. So you have to be, really have to be more specific. And I think they're wonderful ideas. No question at all. So, but maybe we just need to talk more, maybe at the retreat, but that's my opinion.
All right, Councilmember McDaniel?
Yeah, the only difference between what we have today and what we had last year is the $500,000. So the concept of it's not a fully thought-out process, then I assume last year we did not fully think out the process either. I could see taking the $500,000 out of it if that would make it more appealing. But the concept of making sure that it's in there to let them know that we were interested in it is probably the more important thing in my mind.
I don't think the $500,000 is part of the motion.
So it's the
No.
exact same thing as last year then?
Right, yeah, that's what the motion is.
So I don't see why there'd be any hesitation to have something that was in last year pushed forward. So if there's no 100,000, then in my mind, it's the same as last year's. Okay.
Councilmember Walsh?
No, I tend to agree. I mean, just have it like last year, and it helps support the AWC.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other lights on. There was a motion to add the prior, last year's agenda item with regard to, Stephanie, can you read it back?
Adding funding for behavioral, mental health, and addiction resources.
Okay, which is essentially the same language as last year. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor of that amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, Stephanie?
Councilmember Sefadossin?
Aye.
Councilmember McDaniel?
Aye.
Councilmember Honda?
Aye.
Councilmember Tran?
Aye.
Councilmember Wash?
Aye.
Councilmember Dovey?
Nay.
Council President Kochmar?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, so, do you have last year's legislative agenda that you can,
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
okay, pull it up, and then what we can do is we can just talk about that, and then in the legislative agenda that will go to you can add it, the artwork that Ally did, the 2-pager,
Yes.
we'll just get that added later, and we will, we're not going to amend the agenda whatsoever based on what legal counsel, but the agenda has now been amended to include that. Are there any other motions to amend or add to? Yes.
Mayor, we're using agenda a lot in this discussion, so there's 2 agendas we're talking about. Tomorrow, there is a special meeting of council, there's an
Correct.
agenda that's written up.
Yeah.
That's not going to change.
Right.
But what we are talking about changing is the legislative agenda, which is the priorities list that we're giving
Correct.
council.
Thank you very much.
Just want to clarify that for
Thank you.
people listening.
You're right. Thank you very much for the clarification. Okay, are there any more motions?
No,
Okay.
Mayor, no motion, but I would just like to add that an inclusive park, I think that we should be on the agenda for our retreat.
Right.
And at that point, probably plan on having it on our legislative agenda next year.
There we go. Okay. And that way we know where we're at.
So we had a motion on the amendment. Do we need a motion on the?
I'm getting there. One second. Council President Kochmar, do you have a motion with regard to the now amended 2025 legislative agenda?
Thank you for the thoughtful discussion to all of us. I move approval of the amended proposed 2025 legislative agenda.
Second.
Excuse me. I move approval of the proposed 2025 legislative agenda with the amended portion for the Do I say that at all?
Yeah, it's fine, yeah, with the amended portion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion, a second, to pass the now amended 2025 legislative agenda. Councilmember McDaniel? I'll get ready to vote. Councilmember Seffa Dawson, do you have a
Ready to
comment?
vote.
Is there any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passes unanimously. All right, thank you, Tanya, and thank you, Jim and Luke. Appreciate it. And we'll see you tomorrow morning, 7:30, breakfast on us. Exactly. It's a continental breakfast, a deluxe continental breakfast. Okay, now, what's that? Bacon? No bacon. Okay, now we are on to the public hearing for item 8A, the public hearing for the 2023 to 24 biennial budget amendment. I'll now open the public hearing. We'll have a presentation from Steve Groom. And just so everybody's clear, this is the budget that we're currently in right now. Steve?
Thank you, Mayor. That's exactly correct. This is the last opportunity to amend the current biennium that we're in right now. This has been discussed at FedRec. This will be familiar material to the council, so for the purposes of anyone watching and citizens, taxpayers, voters, what we're proposing to do during a very difficult budget year, we have no new revenue to recognize, to greenlight anything. So these are the things that are proposed. Firstly, we have an expense that is in the wrong fund. There is no net change to the entire city budget. We're just moving some comp plan expenses from the general fund to the street fund. That would be a transfer, and in order to transfer anything from one fund to another, we need council approval. We have no new grants. We have no prior year carry forward, of course. We have several items coming from fund balance in the Parks Department. We've got several items where we want to provide funding from Alderbrook Park Trail Overlay. There are some expenditures coming for the community center. There's a community center boiler repair. All of those are coming from fund balances that pertain to parks, the Parks and Trails fund balance in particular. In the IT fund balance, they have some permit software that we just plain missed. It's an annual fee. We do it everywhere we do it every year. We discovered it was not in the budget. We want to get that put into the budget. And then lastly, Dumas Bay has had a higher level of activity, so we're adding to their expenditures from their fund balance. What all of these accomplish is we want to make sure that every fund in the city finishes the year within its approved budget. Some of these may be a generous estimate, and if anything comes in under budget, why, of course, unspent funds always revert to that fund's fund balance. That's all we're trying to accomplish at this point as we finish the biennium. That's my presentation. I think we want to hear if we have any questions.
Council, any questions on the 23-24 budget? All right. Do we have any public comment?
No, Mayor, I don't have anyone signed up.
All right. Councilor Tran, do you have a motion to close public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, I move to close public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been a motion and a second to close public hearing. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passes unanimously, and we'll have first reading of the ordinance under Section 10 of the agenda. Item B, the final public hearing, 2025-2026 biennial budget is required under RCW 35A.34.090, continued from October 15th, 2024. Public hearing was continued from the October 15th, 2024 meeting for any additional input or public comment. Now we'll have a presentation by Steve Groom, our Finance Director.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second hearing on the 25-26 budget. We have had numerous study sessions. This is for the benefit of anybody that wishes to provide comment or ask questions. The mayor's proposed budget was put on the city's website August 30th, 2024, and since then we've had several study sessions. I trust that our resident citizens and taxpayers have looked at our budget because it outlines all the services that all departments across the city have got funding forecasted to deliver services. The simple content I'm going to cover here, I'm going to review what was contemplated in the mayor's budget. We have had some study session suggestions for adjustments. And then this, of course, is the public hearing, and then later in today's agenda, we'll have the first reading of the ordinance. One of the things that we really needed to contemplate and talk about seriously was the current year's sales tax revenue has really colored our forecasting in future years. Whereas we have, in recent years, had increases year over year of our sales tax revenue, which is an indicator of our current, which is an indicator of our local economy, our retail economy. We have seen increases of 1.3 million, 1.7, and 1.6 year over year. We have really tempered those. We have dropped those cautiously to increase for the next 2 years, 600,000 and 850,000 roughly. Similarly, our real estate excise tax. This graph shows real estate excise tax, it's the portion, it's the 0.5% tax that the city receives on all real estate transactions. Now, our assessed value has been very stable. It went down last year, it came back up this year. However, it's the pace of the transactions that have really slowed, and we believe that the reason for that is because of the current mortgage rate environment. So what we have done, similar to the past 2 years, is we have put all of our projects into our budget. We have forecasted what we hope real estate excise tax comes in. If the tax does not come in, what do? We will delay the funding, because we will always make sure that we live within our means. That's why we monitor the revenues so frequently. Now, since we posted the mayor's budget, we have had two bright spots, and it's this. Inflation is the graph that you see below. I've got almost 3 years of, well, over 3 years of year over year for each month. Consumer price index is a measure of the inflation. Now, this is nationwide. However, in that green circle in the lower left on the graph, that shows that we have been at roughly 3% inflation for more than 12 months, and in the last 2 months, we've gotten to 2 point something. We will be getting the next inflationary figure next month, and we don't expect it to be any different. But this is a sign of improvement in the economy. Why? Because when we look at our city, when we look at our retail economy, and we think, why is our sales tax down? Well, because of inflation, we would expect revenue to be up 2% or 3%. Instead, it's been down 5%. Now, the other thing that has changed, that's the lower right-hand graph. This is the graph of what the Federal Reserve's target fund has been at. Many months it was next to zero. However, they made quite dramatic increases, 0.5%, 0.75%, and they left it pretty high, 5.5% for many months, and we were all wondering, well, when are they going to start lowering rates? Last month they did a 0.5% decrease, and the next meeting of the Fed is this week. I believe it's tomorrow, right? Yeah, and we are expecting continued decreases over the next months. These two things give me glimmers of hope on the optimism, the cautious optimism that we put into our budget. Nevertheless, we accomplished quite a bit. We shoehorned in. This is the list of accomplishments. Mayor had great reason to be proud. The biggest accomplishment has been being able to put the budget for the maintenance and operations facility. That's a construction project of $53 million. The debt service is built into this budget. We bumped up our jail cost increase by $2 million compared to the prior biennium. We have a placeholder for replacing our financial system. That is a project I'm not looking forward to, but it's a necessary one because our current financial system put us on notice that by 2027, it will no longer be supported. And we, like hundreds of cities across the country, are now in a process of looking to replace it. We have increased our police officers and patrol cars over the next 2 years. We absorbed insurance premium increase. And then we made progress on our public safety communication. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We absorbed cost increases, communications. That would be our 911 system, the cost of animal services, and then the body camera costs. We also took care of our staff. That's an important retention and recruitment thing, to always make sure that we not only take care of our staff, but make sure that we're competitive with our neighbors. However, When we went to go forecast our revenue and absorb all the things that we needed to, we found we had a $3 million hole. And so we had a patchwork of pieces that we were able to put together. Because interest rates have continued to stay higher than we expected. We expected them to decline previously. And in fact, even just the last 2 weeks, we have seen our 5-year Treasury interest rates go up. I will take every positive I can report. We also went to the Lodging Tax Committee and asked if they would join the general fund in supporting the Performing Arts Center. We deferred some vehicle spending, and that is something that we need to get back to doing at the proper run rate to be able to perpetually replace all of our vehicles. So we've borrowed against the future on that one. Then we recognized some ARPA projects that we had completed, however, there were savings. And then lastly, we had some fund balances to carry over. That is how we were able to balance the budget. It took a lot of time and effort and creativity and staff talking to every department. So after we brought the mayor's balanced budget, we've had some study sessions, and we discussed these things. We've added council travel, $10,000. That came from savings from the Exxon body cameras. You wanted to make sure that the senior commission had funding, and it does. It has both fundraising and expenses in the budget, so that's built in. And then we also made sure that we added, now that says PD cameras, and that refers to the flock cameras that we've been hearing a lot about. That's an important public safety accomplishment. The flock cameras, the rifle-rated body armor, and training for PD, that was simply a reclass from the cost of our body cameras. So there was no adjustments for either of those two items to the proposed budget. However, we also discussed wanting to add a grant writer and add an emergency management outreach coordinator, I believe. Those, we were able to look at our utility tax forecast and our interest revenue forecast, and those were offset. There was an item for language access, and I believe that we made sure that that was already taken care of with no additional increase to the budget. So lastly, there was some discussion on savings from the administrative costs that we had earmarked in all of the projects that had been funded by ARPA. The mayor reviewed the wait list and determined that the most important and urgent items were the ADA transition plan and taking care of the City Hall elevator. Both of those are critical elements. And you have also had discussions, several of you, wanting to earmark some funds in the budget for contingency, just because it's wise to have something in the budget that you can spend when something comes up, because we don't know what that will be. So that is the items that we have discussed in the study sessions. Here's a list of all of the meetings we have had that brings us to tonight, this hearing, and the reading of the ordinance. The final ordinance would be taken care of in the next city council meeting. And so we find ourselves at the first reading of the board budget ordinance. But what we're requesting is ultimately the city council approval of the mayor's budget, together with these adjustments that we found ways that we can make happen. That's my presentation. I'm open for any questions or input.
All right. Council, any questions? Or, I'm sorry, before we do that, well, actually, any questions of Steve first? All right, Steve, thank you very much. Okay, now, do we have any, we have one public comment. I've got a pink sheet for Jan Barber. And do we have anybody online?
No, Mayor.
And no other pink sheets?
Nope, no more.
All right. Jan Barber.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This should be short, and I appreciate all the hard work that you folks are putting in for our city and for its betterment. I wanted to say thank you for considering the request for line items for our commissions. For the hardworking and dedicated volunteers on the other side, your commissioners. The part I wanted to share the last time I almost spoke is we all need to look towards financial transparency It's something that's been around, and you've all heard the phrase for years, government transparency. As a project manager, as a grant applicant, as someone who works on budgets for the nonprofit that I'm currently active in, the Federal Way Lions Club. But in every part of our lives, we need to set out plans and budgets. Tomorrow night, the Arts Commission is going to meet, and we're going to review and decide the certain amount of money that will go to the different nonprofits that have applied for grants from the city. Later on, we have made other decisions related to money related, and because the traffic graphics, some of you have noticed how the wonderful, whimsical, patriotic graphics that surround some of the electrical boxes in our city. Again, we have funds that are used so that twice a year we can improve yet another electrical box and add artwork. That there have actually been phrases that say this slows traffic because it's called traffic calming. And we're part of the group that also spends money, allocates funds, and hopes that it's done in the right way. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay, Councilor Tram, do you have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to close public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been a motion, a second to close the public reading. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, matter passed unanimously. The first reading of the ordinance occurs under Section 10 of the agenda. Next, council business, the South Station Sub-Area Plan, presentation from Lucy Sloman, Special Projects Planner, and Keith Niven, Community Development Director.
I assume I'm pausing until Councilmember Walsh comes back?
No.
No, okay. Good evening,
Thanks for
Mayor.
asking.
Good evening, Mayor Farrell, Council President Kochmar, and council members. Lucy Sloman. Tonight, we're here to talk about the South Station Sub-Area Plan, and the policy question is, should the council approve the South Station Sub-Area Plan? Here's how we got here. In 2021, the countywide growth center was approved conditionally. As you can see in the lower right, we have two growth centers, a regional growth center and a countywide growth center. This is a little more detail about where the countywide growth center is. Part of the conditional approval was that a sub-area plan was required. We began working on that in 2022 and completed a draft this year, which is now going through a public process. We had a public meeting in front of the commission in August, came to LUTC in early September. If anyone's interested, the full PowerPoint on the sub-area plan is available from that meeting. Then went to council in mid-September. After council discussion, there was a remand to LUTC to discuss the concerns, and we have revised the sub-area plan in response to those comments. The concerns that we heard primarily from the council had to do with Sound Transit displacing businesses with the station and track, the construction impacts by Sound Transit to remaining businesses, and impacts to property owners. And I mention that partly because property owners and business owners are not always the same, and they may have different concerns. The result of that was that we had, in response to the council concerns that were brought up, we had internal discussions in community development, but we also spent time talking to economic development. And what we realized, and trying to clarify the issues, was there are both property owner and business owner issues, and the other variable is whether you are displaced by Sound Transit or just impacted by Sound Transit. And so we identified at a high level these 4 actions that the city could take. 1, proposing mitigations in the Sound Transit Development Agreement. The city providing relocation assistance within the city, lobbying Sound Transit for early acquisition of properties that are going to be displaced, and providing regular outreach with information and assistance, the city doing that. So we made revisions to the plan. We clarified in several places that rezone does not mean a mandate to relocate. We also added 3 policies that to implement those lessons learned, for instance, requiring that Sound Transit minimize disruptions and impacts, work with businesses to find new locations within the city, and working to get, lobbying Sound Transit essentially to get early acquisition. Why do we need to adopt this plan, or why consider adopting this plan now? First, it provides leverage for the city with Sound Transit. Second, it provides direction for potential code modifications. It meets the county requirements for a countywide growth center. It gives parks, public works, and Lake Haven direction to plan for future capital projects. And it provides, addresses internal consistency issues with the comprehensive plan. So again, policy question, should the city council approve the South Station sub-area plan? And the mayor's recommendation is to approve. Questions?
All right. Councilmember McDaniel.
Yeah, can you flip back to like VI4? It was the 3 adjustments you guys had stuck in there for some.
Those?
Yes. And then my question is going to be, because as I've mentioned before, I'm actually one of the people affected, and we've had some conversations. How does this benefit businesses that currently, I believe it's going to be at least 5 years before they do anything, but businesses that need to have more time, like the Biscuits, to move, to find a new location, or like the tire place who's looking across the street? How will these benefit them compared to what was originally written?
Well, I think for property owners in particular, and I realize some of these are businesses and some of these are property owners, but in terms of property owners, we want to be clear that just because the plan is adopted, no changes go into place. If rezones are approved, property owners still don't have to move. So we wanted to make, and I think it was Councilmember Dovey that asked us to be really clear in the plan about what the intent of the council was, and that as a document that's going to live for a period of time, that we capture the council's intent. So that's the first piece. The second piece is that we don't know how property owners are going to respond to Sound Transit coming in. And they may anticipate, they may provide them with shorter leases, with different kinds of leases as a result. And so part of this is then beginning to do outreach from the city so that businesses maybe are less surprised. And then if a business isn't getting the length of lease that they need, to try and help them find another space through economic developments, contacts in the community, and awareness of locations.
How does it work for Sound Transit when it comes to I'm gonna use the word reimbursement because I don't know what the term would be, for the moving, or if, like I said, the tire company no longer has that space, they have to acquire a new piece of property to rebuild their location. How does that, the timing and how would that process look?
Well, I think that's part of why we put early acquisition in as an implementation action. That's the last one, and I realize the letters are really small. It's in your packet in the staff report if you want to look at it. I'm not an expert on this, but as I understand it, as they begin to get towards, they're going to go through this process that's going to take several years to go through the environmental impact statement, and then preferred sites, and then confirming sites, and then they will begin designing. And so it's pretty far out before they begin to actually acquire properties that are impacted. But we understand that they do have the ability to consider early acquisition of properties that are identified in association with being the preferred site. And so what we want to do is lobby them to not leave businesses hanging. That doesn't mean that a business has to leave, but it does give a business an opportunity. I don't know if EJ has additional information he might like to add on that process. My phone a friend designated you.
I can if you want me to.
Any
The council
information-
members' questions addressed, that's fine. If you want me to expand on what she said, I certainly can.
Well, like, I would prefer that, so when I have the conversations, I at least have some knowledge. I'm assuming nothing's gonna really happen for 5 years, so pretty much for 5 years, it's just like, whoa, but then, most businesses like to think ahead too, so I just wanted.
Agreed. So we've had these conversations with Sound Transit for several years at this point with TDLE, and, we obviously as a city went through something similar with the Federal Way Link extension that's under construction now. There is always a little bit of a push-pull relationship between Sound Transit wants to have assurances, and it's really the board, not the agency, wants to have assurances that they know what specific project they're building and have pinned down the locations of what they need and how much and where laydown areas go and et cetera, et cetera. So they want the design to be somewhat advanced before they go out and start buying property to find out they bought the wrong one.
Yeah.
On the business side, the counter argument is exactly your point. It's businesses want a plan, they need to know years in advance, and not wait till the last second and have this surprise dropped on them. So there's always a little bit of a push-pull dichotomy there with any large mega project like this. And trying to find that balancing act is a struggle. I don't think anyone's going to deny that. So there's a couple of tools that Sound Transit has at their disposal. One is early acquisition, which was kind of brought up. Sound Transit doesn't have authority to just go out and start early acquisition, though. That takes them petitioning federal highways and the feds actually giving them permission to do that. So that's a lengthy process as well. That is the process they elected to use with CFC. So for the Sound Transit operations facility, what they did at a very high level is Christian Faith Center approached them saying, hey, it's going to take us a long time to move a church of this size. We want to, if you're sure this is where this is going to go, we want to enter into conversations about this, or effectively, we need some assurance on our future. So Sound Transit went to federal highways and basically relayed that message, and over the course of 2 to 3 years negotiated between Sound Transit and federal highways to get permission to extend an offer to Christian Faith Center. Okay. That all being said, they still had to have a preferred alternative selected by the board before that happened. So, there's a whole bunch of steps that has to happen for that to occur, but that is a tool in the toolkit. Where they typically, and the nexus that the federal government uses to judge that is there a reasonable assumption that the cost would significantly change in the acquisition? So what that means in simple terms is, if you have a property owner that's a, developed gas station, for argument's sake, you can estimate what the cost of that property acquisition would be. If that developer comes in with an application to put a 100-story building on it, the cost of acquiring that property with a 100-story building is going to be substantially higher. So that is where, in the interest of protecting the tax resources that Sound Transit's collected, the federal government can give them permission to buy it before that 100-story building gets built. So that is the threshold that Sound Transit has to demonstrate to be able to do it. So it can't just be, hey, this business wants assurances. The bar's a little higher than that. That being said, the relocation side of it, which I think was a little bit of your original question, it's governed by federal law because Sound Transit's projects are federalized automatically. So there's a whole section in federal law that covers how property acquisition works under FHWA. They do have to deal with both tenants and property owners to the point that was made. And they do have a list of things that they are mandatory have to pay for as part of relocation. That's part of business continuity. It's a little bit separate than a residential relocation, but at a 100,000 foot level, it kind of follows the same basis where the theory is you as the business owner, you as the tenant, you as the residential property owner, we're not intending to move. So you have whatever you have in place, life's good, right? So along comes the big bad government, and it's the same thing if we condemn a property. You have to be made whole to continue your operations at a different location because the only reason you're being told to move is because the big bad government came in and said you're moving.
Yeah.
So that is at a very philosophical level, the basis of how condemnation works. So they have to cover everything down to if you need new business cards as a company, they have to pay for your new business cards with your new address.
Gotcha.
So there's, and there are things that are like non-qualifying expenses. So you can't use this as a reason to say, hey, I've wanted to expand my business for the last 10 years, buy me an office that's double the size of it. There are upper limits to that conversation, but effectively it's viewed as, hey, we had a business that was successful, thriving. We should be able to continue doing the same thing in a different place with no incurred cost to the business, is the very, very high level. And that is true whether you're a tenant or a property owner or a residential house. They all kind of follow that rule. And then there's different categories of relocation when you start getting into the weeds, which we can dig into a little further offline if you want. But that's at a philosophical level, that's the conversation.
Gotcha. So really, just to verify I understood correctly, so the early acquisition we're talking about would be literally a 2 to 3 years out before the project kind of scenario, just as a
So it takes
ballpark.
2 to 3 years to get that approval, and they need to have a preferred project selected. So they, until they pin down a location in this area, the South Sub area plan, until they locate a actual station that the Sound Transit Board's taken action on, it's 2 to 3 years from that point. So it's still
out.
It's still a ways out. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then the last question I'll have is, rezoning increases the value of the property for when Sound Transit has to buy it. So whatever we're doing with rezoning actually will benefit some of the property owners probably. Okay,
Most likely.
most likely. I appreciate you guys' information. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Honda?
Thank you. Under broader lessons from remand and meeting, it says some of the city's actions and relocation assistance within Federal Way. Could you explain what you mean by that?
Relocation assistance?
Is the city potentially paying for a business to relocate?
No. It's literally assistance in the notion of discussing their needs, what spaces we know are available, trying to connect them with property owners or property sellers, trying to bring those people together because if you, again, to EJ's point, if you hadn't planned to move, you may not have been out shopping those things. You may not have your finger on the pulse of the real estate market.
And then lobby for early Sound Transit acquisition. So then, as a city, then we would lobby for these businesses to get Sound Transit to purchase their property early.
Right, within the constraints of what EJ described.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, did you have more for your
No,
presentation?
I was complete unless there are more questions.
All right, are there any more questions? Okay, let's see here. All right, Councilor Duffy, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I move approval of the proposed South Sound sub-area plan.
Second.
It's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passed unanimously. Great. Thank you very much, Lucy. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we are on to I believe it's 9C, the resolution of 2025 fee schedule. Steve Grimm with the presentation.
Thank you. I will get it on the screen here if I can find it. Don't see it, must have closed it. Thank you, Mayor. This item has been discussed at FedRec, and I think what we found out is this is finance-related. Fees certainly sound like finance, and it is tied to the budget. However, what we do is we bring this annually about at the same time as we bring the budget. There are generally two reasons to look at our fees annually. One of them is because we look at cost recovery, of course, and the city is subject to inflation like every other business. But also we have had some state statutes which required splitting or changing of fees. There are 14 pages of very small print. We've tried to make it as readable as possible for citizens. And anything in red font is the things that are changing. Anything in black is not changing. So this is my one slide. This summarizes in one slide all of the fees that are being addressed with the fee schedule. And the general philosophy that's pretty smart is to try to increase fees gradually in keeping with inflation. That way, it does keep pace with our expenses, but also it doesn't create spikes or surprises for our citizens, or taxpayers, or people who use our services. So all of the fee schedule is in the packet. The categories that we covered were in animal licenses. We had a new fee category that split some fees because it took a stance of fairness where we had one size fits all fee. We split it. I think that had to do with the size of residential properties. Public Works had some engineering permits. We had a new fee subcategory that was created by SB 5258. And then, of course, every year we always look at our community center to make sure that we're adjusting so that our costs keep up with inflation. That is everything I have for this. And was this one a hearing? No, this is seeking your approval for a resolution.
All right, Councilmember
The only question I had when this came up was pet fees. I mean, it's kind of a small issue, but we don't have a lot of people, or not 100% of the people who have pets get pet fees or get licensed. And if you're a senior, you can come down and get a license at no charge. And I was just thinking that, why are we raising the licensing fees on pets when we want people to license their pets so if they get lost, we can return them and things like that? And I was going to advocate, it's such a little amount of dollar. I know we got a budget and all that, but why don't we have some program of come and get your pet license and there is no fee, just to encourage people, or a very low fee, just to encourage people to get their pets licensed and return those pets if we find them running around on the road. So,
Councilman McDaniel?
Oh, I agree 100% with it. I mean, it's the amount, like, we ripped the book open and I have it up here. The less and less people are getting the license anyways, so I feel it's most people are just like, it's an expense they don't want to pay. I'd rather have them get licensed. I got my dog chipped. I didn't always license her because I felt the same way. So it'd be a lot easier if you said, absorb the $150,000 potentially, or whatever that number would be, and just get more people to license, just so we know who owns what. I agree with you 100% on that one, though.
Councilmember Savedasa?
I think same, I do agree, and also by having this fee, it would discourage people from adopting or bringing in pets, so I would also agree with that, to encourage people to own or have pets, so, yes.
Councilmember Walsh?
How much money is collected by the fees?
I don't have that line item, and now, in our budget, we did see a substantial increase in our animal services contract. I would not even, I am confident that it does not come close to covering that contract. Although animal licensing does, the incidence of the impact of the fee would be on the people that are affected mostly who have pets. but I don't have the dollar amount.
Do you know what the current license fee is for a cat or a dog? Because it's roughly 700 is what our future looks like for licensing.
Yeah, it's on one of these pages, it's in section 1. $60 for an unneutered cat or an unneutered dog.
It's like 75,000.
An altered cat is $30. 2 years is $45, 3 years is $60, similarly for dogs. There are also, there are permanent licensing for owners age 65 or over. There is no fee.
Okay.
If the pets are altered.
So what I'm hearing, and do you want to put that in the form of a motion, Councilmember Dovey, with regard to eliminating the increases for animal licenses and in the fees?
I'd almost like to see them decreased or cut out. I mean, we get revenue for it and we have a cost, but I think we're long-term better off to get more people to license their pets and not be not licensing because of the $20 or the $30 we get.
So do you want to make an amendment to remove the licensing fee?
My motion would be, in the next biennium, the next 2-year budget, that we don't have fees for licensing pets to encourage people to.
And that's what this is for, right? This is for the next, this fee is for the fee schedule.
This is for the 25, 26, yeah.
Right. Okay.
And-
So your motion is to move forward with the fee schedule with the amendment to remove animal licensing fees.
Yes, to encourage people to license their pets.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
It's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I would say that if we're going to remove it, the fee, remove it only for neutered pets.
Okay, would you take that as a friendly amendment?
I think I'm okay with that.
Okay, but otherwise, we're not increasing the fees at all. Right now, the amendment
Correct.
is that we're removing the animal licensing payment for any animal that has been neutered, and then for the others, we're not increasing the fee, right?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Honda.
So is there a fine if someone doesn't have their animal licensed? So let's say your dog gets out and your dog's hopefully picked up and returned to their home, and the dog isn't licensed. Is there a fine to the owner for that?
All I know is what's on the fee schedule. I don't know how it works.
The chief would know. Chief, is there any, or their city attorney would know, is there any sanction for having an unlicensed animal?
Yes, I believe there is. I don't know what that dollar amount is, but it is a violation if you don't have your license, dog licensed or animal
What is
licensed.
the violation? Of an infraction?
Yes, it would be an infraction, is my understanding.
We wrote
Okay, Councilor McGee.
76 animal infractions in 2024 and 91 in 2023.
Okay,
If I could,
okay.
one of the thoughts that I have on this is, we have animal control, we pick up a stray dog or somebody's lost that's not licensed, it goes to a shelter, I'm assuming, and then we start to pay, we have to pay for that service. I mean, you could almost short circuit taking them potentially to the Humane Society if they're licensed or you knew how to do it and you get it back to the owner and we might reduce our cost.
Right, exactly. Okay.
It might be more work than I'm thinking, but it would maybe short-circuit some of the lost pets and family traumas that happen.
Right, exactly. Councilmember Honda?
So if an animal is picked up and taken to the Humane Society or wherever that they're taken, and hopefully the owner finds them there, they've been there 1 or 2 days, they've incurred costs to be there, does the owner pay to get the animal out of the Humane Society, pay those costs, or is the city still on the hook for paying those costs?
This is an area that I am not a subject matter expert, but
Sorry.
what I can tell you is that our contract with CARE in Burien, it's going to come through the policy group here. It's being reviewed by law. it's going to be $235,000 a year. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit. We're already paying for that service when we bring, animals, when we bring those animals. I really don't know what the fees are for the owners when they retrieve the dog from, or animal from care. It's possible there could be fees. I'm just not certain. It won't be fees from us, but there could be fees from the Humane Society.
Interesting.
Which we
And
would
it-
not have, which we would
Councilmember
not have
Dovey?
control over.
And I'd make one more comment. If this is something we wanted to move and we could change it after our retreat, so we can get the real numbers, so we're not just legislating for the dais, I'm okay with that. I just think that worst case is we shouldn't raise the fees right now, but I think we should be looking at it to reduce our pet owners' fee costs and things like that.
Okay, so are you still in support of your motion?
I'm supporting the motion, but if everybody says, hey, I'm for it, but I don't want to do it, I'm willing to pull the motion and put it on our agenda in February at our council meeting.
Councilmember Dovey, it really might be better to do that because we don't know how much, exactly, we're legislating from the dais.
I'll pull my motion.
Good.
Okay, motion withdrawn.
If the second will pull it.
I guess.
Okay. Okay, so now, with regard to the fee schedule, is there a motion with?
I have one more question.
Yeah, Councilmember Honda.
I asked this at FEDRAC. So the membership rates at the community center are increasing. And I asked, I talked about the impact of the locker room situation on our members, and I may be the only one up here that supports this, and that's fine. But I would like to see us not increase those membership rates until we have the Federal Way Community Center fully functioning, so that our members who are already impacted by the closure of the locker rooms, and I realize that there's temporary locker rooms. I also realize I've had some folks talk to me that are not happy with those temporary locker rooms, don't feel comfortable and don't use them. But I would like to see those membership rates postponed until the locker rooms are open and functioning.
Mayor, Leif Ellsworth came to this meeting with the possibility that this might come up, and I'd like to honor his waiting through the meeting.
Yep, Leif, come on up.
Because this does affect his budget. Did I tell you I appreciate you?
Absolutely. I'm happy to answer any questions about it, and we certainly know it's not the most convenient offering in the center, having to walk around the back and the outside, and it's a little cold in those breezeways out there, but we do believe that we're still providing the services that most folks do expect, other than our sauna and our steam room, which is obviously a loved amenity at the community center.
And how much of an increase are you asking for?
It ranges for each different category between about 5 and 10%.
And why are you asking for the increase?
Due to rising costs for staffing wages, and just general goods and supplies for the center.
Councilmember McDaniel, I see your.
Mine was actually, I just had a quick question to clarify on the animal license. Are we leaving it with a little increase for now and then coming back to it later, or are we holding?
Yes, that's what I heard. Yes. Councilmember Walsh?
Yeah, if we did Councilmember Honda's suggestion and wait till after the renovation is complete, what impact would that have on the budget?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhoods of about $16,000.
Over 5 months.
Yes, over 5 months.
16,000 over 5 months. Personally, I think that I think that we well deserve having the raise, but I think that the PR impact, possible PR impact may be worth, forfeiting $16,000 for a few months, and then once it's complete, raise it at that point.
Sure, I think We can do as you guys wish. Thinking back to when we had the slide and the pool closure as well, those were obviously huge impacts on the community, but we still had the same rising costs that we're having now. And we raised the fees in the same manner, and we didn't and haven't heard very much from the community as far as what those impacts have been to them, so.
Councilor Dovey?
Can I clarify, did you say 16,000 a year?
No, over those 5 months.
Over 5 months,
Yes.
excuse me, okay, thank you.
So hearing from the community, we heard little to no backlash on those fee increases that we had when we didn't have leisure pool open for the better part of that year. And so we felt it prudent to continue with these fee increases.
Did we lose many members during
Yeah,
that time?
yeah, we certainly did. I can't remember what the number was, but we lost several hundred members at that time or placed them on suspension. And then we have since brought all of those members back and more.
Councilor McDaniel?
Yeah, I'm just going to weigh in on that one. I used the showers there. I used the changing rooms there. It is not as pleasant to have to go through that stuff, so I get that one. If we're going to come back on the animals, I don't see a reason to raise it. And when we come back to the animals, just do everything at one time. So I agree with $16,000 is not a big chunk of change in my mind. But raising those rates, I don't agree with that at the moment either, until we have something to justify it in my mind.
Brian?
Thanks, Mayor. Leaf, real quickly, you've had instances where customers have come to you with concerns, and you have worked on a case-by-case basis to adjust their rates. Is that not correct?
Correct. We will absolutely suspend membership for folks during the duration of the locker room closure or work with them on an individual basis.
Councilor Dovey?
Yeah, but I think it puts you in a bad situation where you have to negotiate individual people as need. I mean, if we're gonna not raise the rates and then have a discussion on pets and the community center, I don't think we should raise them at all. It's a rounding error in our budget, although it is important. But let's not raise the rates, and we can always raise them after our retreat, or we can change them, but I would just keep them the same until we get together and talk about it. I
Okay.
agree. I don't want to put you in a position, it's cost us more money, but having to negotiate with one person because they're upset and not somebody else and get the same deal, then we're not being fair to everybody.
All right, so is there a motion to address the community center fees?
If I could clarify, are we talking membership rates and room rental rates?
What's,
Just
just membership?
Just membership rates.
Thank you, thank you.
I initially had raised the question on room rental rates, but
Right,
reading your explanation of that, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so we're going to wait on animal license, but we want to move on community. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay, so is there a motion to that effect?
I'd like to make a motion that we don't raise animal rates or membership rates until we discuss it at our retreat.
All right, there's a motion, a second, to not increase the fees for animal licenses or at the community center. Is there any discussion? And then, is that in the form of you approve the fee schedule with the amendment that animal licenses and community center fees not be increased?
Yes.
Okay, and the second, who was the second on that? Okay, so do you agree with that, the clarification? All right, so there's a motion, a second. Stephanie, do you have the heart of that?
Yes, Mayor.
So approval of the fee schedule as is with the proviso that pet licenses and community center increases would not be part of that and would be frozen in place.
I think community center membership increases.
Membership increases, okay. All right, is there any further discussion?
Mayor, just a clarification, approve of the resolution.
It is approval of resolution with the amendment, essentially, or with the proviso that the fees for animal pets and community center membership fees not be increased. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it's Approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Now, we are on to item D, Community-Oriented Policing Services, COPS Grant, fiscal year '24, presentation by Police Chief Andy Wong.
All right, good evening, Mayor Farrell, Council President Kochmar, members of the council. The police department is seeking council approval to accept the COPS hiring program grant funding. The policy question before you, should the Federal Way Police Department accept the Department of Justice COPS hiring program grant for $500,000 to hire 4 police officers in the 25-26 biennial budget? The COPS hiring program is a federal program to assist local and state law enforcement agencies to hire more police officers. The city was awarded $500,000 from the COPS hiring program for 4 police officer positions. The award provides up to 75% of the approved entry-level salary and benefits for police officers for 36 months, with a maximum of $125,000 per officer. The award can be used for a period of up to 5 years, and it pays for salary and benefit for a 3-year period, 36 months. These 4 officer positions, we'd like to use them for our Special Investigations Unit and for our Special Operations Unit, and they will play a key role when light rail, Sound Transit Link light rail comes to Federal Way. And they'll augment our Special Operations Unit. The number of commissioned staff would increase to 154. Currently, we're at 150, and a ratio of 1.2 officers per 1,000 population. This ratio will bring us very close to Prop 1. When Prop 1 was passed, 1.75% increase in utility tax, that brought our ratio up to 1.59. So we are getting closer to that ratio. And there's been strategic as a city over the years to increase staffing. We've gotten low as 122 when we had the Great Recession. So we've been kind of building up those numbers. There were 573 applications nationwide. 235 law enforcement agencies were awarded $157 million. That added nearly 1,200 police officers nationwide. So the options for council: approve the acceptance of the grant funding, or do not approve the grant and provide direction to staff. Mayor's recommendation is option number 1, accepting the grant funding.
Councilor McDaniel?
Yeah, I actually have a question for legal on this one. Chief, could you go back to where you have the recommendation?
Oh, the recommendation?
Yeah, the one that goes back to, it says for the budget of 2025-26. So this one, that's the one right there. That's the one right there. So after we do this, we're going to be actually doing the 2000, not the adjustment. Later on, we're going to be doing the 2025-2026 budget itself. And when we pass this one, is that separate than what's actually in that budget? So like, if we approve this one, but then we change stuff in the budget, can you do one and the other? What was that?
They must agree.
They must agree. So if it has
If you
the,
pass this, you must also budget it.
now in the budget that we were provided, it had 3 police officers and 1 lieutenant. Is the 1 lieutenant one of these positions?
Yes and no. I mean, the lieutenant obviously costs more money, so the lieutenant position is really converting one of the officer positions to a lieutenant position. And this lieutenant position is going to be really critical because it's going to manage our special investigations unit. It's really high-risk unit. And as a police department, we've been adding police officers and not so much supervisors. We're at a point now that, my recommendation is we need to add a lieutenant for this particular unit. Right now, we're borrowing a lieutenant, our specialty assignments lieutenant, kind of overseeing. Prior to that, we had a a detective lieutenant overseeing the unit, but detective lieutenant is not a uniformed person, so he's not out there with the officers. So we're trying to bring that change. They're part of the Violent Crime Reduction Team, Special Investigations Unit. So I really need this lieutenant position. If we were to eliminate this lieutenant position, my recommendation for our budget would be to eliminate just an officer position. If it's a monies issue, then eliminate 2 officer positions. But I really need this lieutenant position because supervision is really critical for
Okay.
this high-risk unit.
Gotcha. I'm sure we'll talk about that again.
Yep.
Well, so on the budget you provide us, it has 3 officers. On here, it says 4 officers. That's where my confusion is on it.
Right, because 153 would be the police officer that we added the lieutenant. So that would bring us total of 154.
I understand, but when it says 4 police officers, and I asked if lieutenant counts as one of the 4, you said yes, no. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. If it says 3 police officers, 1 lieutenant, and this says 4 hiring police officers, then does the 4 include the lieutenant?
Does the lieutenant, is the lieutenant included in the description here of the 4 officers that are covered by the COPS grant?
It will help with the overall cost.
Can I get a
because-
yes, no, please?
What's that?
Can I get a yes, no?
No, because it's not going to fund the lieutenant position. If it's that, if you want a yes or no, I would say no, because it won't fund the lieutenant position. It'll go to an entry-level police officer.
So we have 3 in the budget. It has 4th. Is there a 4th one coming then?
No, this COP grant pays for 4 officers.
I understand that. I'm looking at the budget you provided me. It says 3 officers. This says 4 officers. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around when it says 3 officers to be hired, but it says we approve 4, and if I approve this, then there's 4 police officers that have to be part of the budget, but there's only 3 that were listed in the budget.
Right, I'm asking for 1 lieutenant and 3 officers in the budget. That's separate from the COPS grant. COPS grant is asking, are we gonna accept the grant funding for 4 officers? That's the question. In the budget, I'm asking for a lieutenant and 3 officers.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm a little confused. When it's, that Councilmember Daniel brought that up, when you say 4 officers, is one of those is, we're paying for 3, but the 4th one is the lieutenant, is that correct? I mean, he just said in the budget
Sure.
there's 3, I get that, and this says 4.
Right. In the budget, total 154 sworn positions.
Yes.
These COPS grant officers, if we accept the money, it's still going to be 154 officers. So basically, it's $41,000 per officer for 3 years. We're getting, this funding will augment and help pay for the officer positions in our budget.
Yes, I understand that.
But in the police department budget, I'm asking for a lieutenant to oversee the special investigations unit, 3 officers. So at the end, lieutenant's going to cost a lot more money. We're going to promote an officer position to a lieutenant is what we're doing. But there's that officer position salary, so it'll augment that.
So will you promote somebody to a lieutenant and then bring in 4 new officers? Is that how I understand what you just said?
Sure, we'll hire 4, but we're going to promote 1.
Got it, I understand now. Okay.
That make sense, everybody? Okay. Councilor Tran, do you have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to accept the proposed COPS grant and authorize execution of the associated contract.
Second?
There's been a motion, and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
I have a question.
Aye.
We're voting. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Councilmember Sapadassin?
Aye.
Councilmember McDaniel?
Nay.
Councilmember Honda?
Aye.
Councilmember Tran?
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh?
Aye.
Councilmember Dovey?
Aye.
Council President Kochmar? Aye. Motion carries 6-1.
Item 10, ordinances, first reading. Council Bill 886, ordinance for the 2023 to 24 biennial budget amendment. Staff presentation was made during the public hearing. Do we have any additional public comment?
No, Mayor, I do not have anyone signed up.
Would the city clerk please read the ordinance title?
Council Bill 886, Ordinance 2023-2024 Biennial Budget Amendment, an ordinance of the City of Federal Way, Washington, relating to amending the 2023-2024 biennial budget.
All right. Councilor Tran?
I move to forward the proposed ordinance to the November 19, 2024 council meeting for second reading and enactment.
Second.
It's been a motion, a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Item B, Council Bill 887, Ordinance 2025-2026, biennial budget. Staff presentation was made during the public hearing. Is there any additional public comment?
No, Mayor, I don't have anyone signed up.
Would the city clerk please read the ordinance title?
Council Bill 887, Ordinance 2025-2026 Biennial Budget. An ordinance of the City of Federal, Washington relating to budget and finance adopting the 2025-2026 biennial budget.
All right. Council President Kochmar, do you have a motion?
I move to forward the proposed ordinance to the November 19th, 2024 council meeting for second reading and enactment.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? Councilor McDaniel.
Yeah, since we're talking about the budget, I might as well go through a few items. This might be my only budget, and I mentioned it beforehand when we started this process, that because it's my only budget, I will take this thing seriously. Director Grooms, have you ever had anybody dig through the budget like me before?
I would have to say no.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I take this serious. This is one of the few things I actually am required to do by law. And when I dug through this budget, I had no instructions, no guidance, no nothing. I mean, I had to figure it out myself with a lot of questions, a lot of comments, and a lot of digging. I found a lot of things that I have a lot of questions about in here. I also, because it seems that things are not always as they seem, have sent emails out and did not receive a response to those emails, which then caused more questions for me. Just now, I had asked the chief of police a question to try to get clarification, to understand what is going on. I do not feel like sometimes the answers are as straight as I would need them to be in order for my linear mind to make the decisions necessary. Now, with that said, I sent an email out. It had 10 items on it. For the consideration of the council, I will chop it down to 5. I will make my status on all 5 of them. I have written them and I have sent them out, so I should be able to see them. Each one of them has, let me get the actual terminology on it, a request, a funding source, and the rationality behind it. The first one I'll start with is a request for the mayor's office. I recommended to add 1 full-time equivalent position to the Economic Development Department under the mayor's office to manage tourism, business outreach, and strategic planning for future business needs, city business needs. This role would also oversee Federal Farmers Market, Public Market. I have combined the farmers market and the public market concepts, as I believe the long-term goal is to create a business incubator model, providing local startups and family-owned businesses with the foundation they need to grow and succeed. For the funding source on this particular item, the Economic Development Department has secured a $250,000 lodging tax advisory committee grant, which includes funding to cover 30% of this position. The remaining 70% could be funded by reallocating the current $75,000 recommended for hiring an emergency outreach coordinator. My rationality on that one is I believe that we spend a lot of money in the city on departments that do not generate revenue. I like to see more money sometimes being spent on those areas that can generate more revenue. That revenue income can then be used in the general fund for whatever services we need. To hire someone who does not have the ability to generate revenue is just an expense. I look at it from a business mind strictly. I'll move on to the next one. My next item is for the city council budget.
Actually, a point of inquiry first.
Yes.
For a funding source on that, you're saying that there's a grant funding for $250,000?
I believe
for
it's,
LTAC?
is it classified as a grant? Lodging tax?
Is that an
Okay, I take-
eligible, I just want to make sure, is that an eligible source of funding?
So the way that the ask was made to the lodging tax committee was for tourism funds. And so the ask was for that funding, the $30,000, to go to someone who could support the tourism efforts in the city. You could actually, dovetail that a little bit into business retention and expansion and still be okay under the, the rules and regs for the lodging tax. But it would be just focused on businesses that have a hospitality and tourism focus. So you couldn't do it for like general city BRE.
So you're saying that person, the full-time employee could not be designated as a .3 for one and a .7 for the other, since the funding sources are two different sources?
Let's ask our,
Yes, we could split employees between different funding sources.
Just to make sure that we don't collude the two, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So just to, may I ask a question?
yeah, actually, so the $250,000, let's dig into this first. So the Economic Development Department, I'm just reading the email that was provided to the entire council at the council member's request, has secured $250,000 from the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, which include funding for 30% of the proposed FTE's cost. Okay, so,
And the intention of that was for a tourism-related PT or FTE, where 30% of that tourism or that person's position would be for tourism. So we could figure out a way to do that with 70-30 for BRE and for tourism. If we had a one FTE and split 70-30 between the tourism funding and the BRE.
the BRE.
Sorry, business retention and
No,
expansion.
I know, but
Yeah.
where's the other 70% coming from?
That would be an additional budget ask, so only.
So, but the proposal here is that the other 70% would come from reallocating the $75,000 for the emergency outreach coordinator. Is that
That is correct.
Okay. So do you want to just do them in motions?
If
one
you
by
like, I
one?
could do that, if that'd be easier, because
Yeah.
each one I'd make a no motion that
Yeah,
shoots up or down.
I think that'd probably be the easiest way to go. Okay,
Okay.
so do you want to explain, can you explain it again?
Yes, no
Let's
problem.
throw this out there and make the motion and then we'll discuss it.
I'll condense it. How's that?
Councilor Dovey?
I mean, I enjoy hearing what Councilor McDaniel is saying. I mean, I'd like to hear what all of them are instead of one
do
at
it
a
then.
time.
Okay,
That's
go
me
ahead then.
personally, but.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm glad to listen because I think it's good information.
Okay, so that's the first one. All right, go ahead on the second.
All right. The second one is the city council budget. I propose the addition of a budget line item to support the following commissions: Senior Commission at $10,000, Arts Commission at $65,000, Diversity Commission at $25,000, and Youth Commission at $2,000. The funding for this, the required funds were already available in other city department budgets and can be reallocated accordingly. Rationality for that is to control the budgets for the commissions so that they do not expand or decrease as needed. And I felt that it would be better underneath the city council so that since city council technically falls underneath of us, it would be better to stick in our budget so that we can make sure that those expenses that sometimes pop into the commissions get eliminated before they become an issue. I didn't want to put it on the directors to have to make those decisions in my mind.
So this would not be a budget addition, this would be moving Arts Commission, for example, from the Parks Department into City Council, and then the Diversity and Youth from Community Development into City Council.
Correct.
Currently, we have the directors approve the expenditures and be responsible for staying within budget, and this would be moving it into the City Council.
Yeah, and the main reason for that one is I've looked at the paperwork you guys have sent over, and a couple of the commissions seem to have growing responsibilities or requirements for their events, and not all of them even know what their costs are for the events. So some members may, most of them don't, though. So I prefer to make it so that the departments don't have to have those conversations. It would be the council just saying, no, if you go over your budget. That's paraphrasing, obviously. My next item would be community development. This one a little bit more flexible because I didn't know exactly what position would be better. Again, I looked at the community development as a revenue generator. One of the things we noticed during the budget cycle was that the window has to be closed on certain times and certain dates in order for employees to get work done. Being that permits is actually one of the few revenue sources that's actually increasing, which I'm very proud of, I did not want to see the door shut. I didn't want to see the windows closed and the cash flow to stop. So I made a recommendation of adding one full-time equivalent plan examiner. That could be a change to a front staff. I'd let the department head make the decision on that one. The reasoning for that one is to, again, increase the possibility for developers to come in here for plan reviews, and also to provide the residents easier ability to make the window of opportunity. A lot of people take the time off during lunch, and if you came in, I believe, on a Wednesday, the doors would be closed, and it kind of is a frustration. The funding source from this one, I had two sources on that. One was a a Ford utility vehicle. It was part of the fleet equipment fund at $59,000. And the other one was the second-year budget allocation for diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant. I had that at $60,000. Recently, I believe the budget is actually $100,000, so that still leaves $40,000 to be played with. The next item I had, I will pass on. I will make a comment on parks. I did have a request to increase the average wage of the 17 recreational front desk clerks. Currently, their pay is less than what Dick's pays for the drive-in. So I thought that at least a $20 an hour would have been a nice touch. And the other item was the aquatic center is actually paying higher lifeguard fees. I'd love to be able to work with them to do a sharing plan to make that more realistic. My next item is the big one. This is the one I actually really care about. In the past, there has been discussion about adding a full-time equivalent to the police department to supplement the county's in-house mental health employees. After learning that the county's services are only available during regular work hours, I'm requesting that the police department add 2 FTEs to specially handle the needs of Federal's residents and visitors struggling with mental illness, homelessness, and substance use disorders. The Des Moines Police Department offers a model we can consider adapting. Some of the terms they use for these programs are MCRT, Mobile Crisis Response Team, and also CARE, Crisis Advocacy Response and Efforts. I like the model of being plain clothes over a uniformed police officer for 2 reasons. One, when a person walks into you and you're in a kind of state of mind, having somebody in that authoritarian look and feel with the armor and uniform does not, in my mind, handle very well. And the second one is police are not designed to handle those kind of situations. That's more of a social worker, in my point of view. The funding for this position would come from the currently requested lieutenant position, which is why I had such conversations about the police. I looked at that as a funding source for it. My rationale is what I just mentioned. The service is critical, as sworn uniform officers are not fully equipped to handle non-emergency issues like mental health crisis, homelessness, or substance use issues, nor should they be expected to dedicate their time to these matters. A dedicated team of trained professionals would be far more effective in addressing these changes. And the last item is more of a comment towards the usage of just the overall budget status. When I looked at the budget, one of the first things that came to mind, or the first thing that I noticed, was that we have, give me 1 second to pull the page up, our ending fund balance is a constant decline. That always concerns me when I look at a business, when I see the cash flow slowly having a decline over time. One of the things I noticed for the big cost was fleet. And one of the questions I had is, why do we have to approve a $4 million fleet budget instead of having vehicles come and ask to on a need basis, allowing us the flexibility to use that money in case the maintenance facility, the PAC, or the community center needed that money, and then take the vehicles as needed. My understanding is if we pass the budget with that money in the fleet, then fleet can spend it, and then that money is no longer able to be allocated towards the city's needs if needed. And my reason for concern on that one is, when I looked at the revenue structure for the city, 2 things were apparent. Our deficit was $3 million, I believe, correct? Okay, that's $3 million. If you add the $500,000 police grant, that's 3.5. If you look at what you guys have been able to do with financial wizardry with the investment, that's another $3 million. That's getting close to $6 million of a deficit if it wasn't for the financial wizardry you guys were able to do. That is a major concern for me. So my mindset on that one was putting a pause on having all the vehicles go through and then actually allow that money as need be come. I know it would clog up some of the committees, but that's my personal opinion on that one.
On the vehicles, our current policy is to replace vehicles when we have to, and we are behind. EJ would corroborate my story. Well, and in fact, the same is true for our PD portion of our fleet. We're behind on being able to replace vehicles that have to be replaced, and to balance the budget, we deferred some vehicles this year. So the vehicle fund is more than tight. It's declining.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not saying no to the vehicles. I'm just saying I would like to see them not locked in. So just in case that money is necessary for some other usage.
And from my standpoint, I would wish to add to our purchasing of vehicles every single year above the rates we have been able to, because we have been falling behind. So I think we kind of agree.
Yeah, agreed, 100%. Now, if it makes it the easiest for the council, I can make a motion on the ones I actually care about, and you guys can take them for consideration.
Let's open it up to Councilmember Dovey here real quick.
I have a comment. I think what Council McDaniel talks about are some of them I probably wouldn't agree with, but many of them I think are really reasonable. But my only suggestion, again, is that we're going to be in a council retreat in 90 days. And these things we're talking about are really more than just, let's make the change here at the dais. And I could support some of those things you bring up. I think the mental health officers, or whatever we call them, is something that is probably a good idea. I don't know how it would work in the police department and all that, but I wouldn't want to put it on them today and say, go do this. But if we're so close to getting the budget done, and we can always change it, right, Steve?
Quarterly, we amend it.
And I would just suggest that maybe, we take a 90-day period and line those things out and say, okay, we've really thought it through, and yes, this is something we should add and make the decision where it's going to come from, instead of just doing it right now at the dais.
I totally understand that. My email was sent on October 21st.
Yeah.
We had no ability to have a communication. I'm not legally allowed to talk to 4 people
I
up here.
understand that.
So I'm really limited, and the only time we can have these conversations is when we're up here.
Right.
So I don't know how else to do it when I'm following the requirements we have in order to try to understand and to get some of these things looked at least.
Council President.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate all the hard work you've put into looking at the budget. And I agree with Councilmember Dovey. Both Dovey and I have been mayors in the past. It's difficult. I mean, they've set the budget. You've had the management team. They've discussed the issues. We have to have it adopted by December, and some ideas are good, but I think you just need more discussion on it. We just can't come in, even though you sent the memo. I understand that. But there are places to discuss it, and I know you feel frustrated. The retreat is a good idea.
The budget will be done by then, correct?
Well, but you can make it, just as they said, you can make an amendment. And so some things, and I hear you saying some things are more important to you than others. So my suggestion would be pick the one that's the most important to you, and put it either in the retreat or a special study session, talk with the mayor. I mean, there are lots of ways to do that, but I don't think right now would be the time. That's my only suggestion.
I appreciate it.
Councilmember Suffolk Dawson?
Yeah, maybe this is not as important then, and thank you for proposing this. One is with the proposal for the Economic Development Department and, the full-time position. I understand the revenue-generating aspect of what you're saying, but we're also a service-oriented agency as a city. So I would not recommend that we remove the emergency outreach coordinator, because we only have one person doing emergency work, and I think this is one of those where we have to prepare and know what we're doing in an event that we don't know when and how it's going to happen. So I wouldn't suggest that we remove that position, but maybe find the money, do something else instead of getting rid of that recommendation to fund
I think.
an emergency outreach coordinator.
Well, actually, with regard to emergency outreach coordinator, Brian, are we required by law, didn't we review this after we got information from Kevin
Well,
about?
we have tasks that we're required to do, but it doesn't identify staffing levels. We agreed that adding staff would help, and if I understand correctly, we're basically proposing to shift that elsewhere. So the requirement is the task, not the staffing to fulfill the task.
Right.
And if I recall correctly, during that conversation, it was not part of the budget, but it was going to be in like the 2027 request. And we moved it up.
For emergency management?
Yeah, for this particular position.
It was going to start, it's a part-time position that starts next calendar year.
So is it part of the budget or not part of the budget?
It is.
It is,
Well,
okay.
we're proposing it to be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but it was not part of the original budget.
Not part of
It
the
was-
budget, you're right.
And when he came up, he said he wasn't looking for it, but if we could get it sooner, that'd be awesome.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard it correctly.
But what is being done by that person is federally required. Okay. Chief, do you have anything to say about the lieutenant?
Before I talk about that, I know I've talked about this before the council. We have a unique relationship, or in a good way, with King County. We have, they're providing us with 3 mental health professionals. They're available here at the city. They're available by Valleycom Dispatch. They do follow-up work for us. They provide the staffing. They provide all the training for their staff. So that's really good resource for us. And the second part is there's a crisis mobile team that King County provides. And they also respond, when we request them. So I'm telling you, operationally, I don't see a reason why we should proceed with hiring our own mental health professionals when King County's providing this service for us at no cost. And we have a great working relationship. So operationally, I don't need those positions in the police department. All our officers are trained in crisis intervention, mandatory training, and we have also additional 40 hours of training that many of our officers have gone through, state mandated training. What I really need in the police department is the supervision, which I shared with you, but I wanted to give you that info. I think during my budget presentation, I shared with you about our relationship. So I just don't need additional staffing to take on another program when King County is providing that service for us. Thank you.
Does King County provide out of normal hours of operation?
The mobile crisis team can, when they're available. They're not always available, but generally speaking, I don't think other cities are doing 24/7. I mean, even with animal services, we don't provide 24/7. We have officers who can respond to those calls. They're properly trained. We have negotiators. We have hostage negotiators. We have SWAT team members when special teams are needed. But generally, our generalist officers can respond to these calls and appropriately triage it and call the resources that we need. But I'm talking to my lieutenants and commanders, and they're telling me, Chief, we don't need it. We got the resources. So operationally, I'm telling you, council member, things are going well in terms that there's no additional needs at this time.
I appreciate your opinion. Thank you. Now, I will recall that when we had a conversation when I ran for state, we talked about this situation, and one of the comments that we had, or conversation we had, is that when we had the open drug usage, the law still stated that a police officer could actually make contact with the person. They can make contact 2 times, 3 times, and at that point, they were actually able to do something, and giving them out actually pamphlets was one of the things. When I mentioned that I did not see a lot of police officers doing it, you told me they were discouraged and depressed because they couldn't really do much else. That is the perfect opportunity to have a social worker step in and take it so those police officers can then go back to doing what they do best, which is provide us with safety.
Yeah, I think over time, there's been more resources available to us. When we go to these encampments, our special operations unit, they bring King County social workers with them. Sometimes it's shelters that might come with them, Salvation Army employees. So there's collaboration partnership going on now. Maybe when you and I spoke, the resources probably weren't as readily available to us. We certainly didn't have mental health professionals available to us at that time. But right now, with funding that King County has, they've been really able to ramp up, and they've been able to provide more services at this point.
And I'll make one last moment before I do have one last comment. Proposition 1 in Des Moines just failed. They have a social worker who's designed for exactly doing this. That person is now available. So when it comes to timing, programming, all that stuff, there's actually an opportunity right now where there's potentially someone who could step right in and do that. So I appreciate everybody's comments and stuff tonight, but I still think that I will make a motion, or somebody will make a motion on that particular item. I will let everything else go, and I'll open up for the conversation at the retreat, but this is one that I will not let go of. This is my only opportunity for it, and I will fight for it.
Okay, before we do that, Council President?
Oh, thank you. Mayor, I make a motion to move the meeting past 10 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion, a second, pursuant to count rules, to go beyond 10 p.m. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it's unanimous. We're still in business. All right, Councilmember? Oh, I'm sorry,
I
Councilmember
have a
Tran?
couple of questions. Thank you, Mayor. Steve, in regard to the vehicle replacement, is it possible if we can lease them instead of purchase them outright?
We have leasing companies approach us all the time, and I'm sure EJ would agree. The problem with leasing is that is one of the most expensive ways to finance vehicles. We lose our ability to manage the useful life of the vehicle. And then that locks us into specific payments over a specific useful life. EJ?
EJ?
Yeah, I mean, Director Groom pretty much nailed it. That's substantially more expensive because you're signing either a 3 or 5 year lease that you're paying forever. And generally, the first thing they tell you is you can't drill holes in the roof. And the first thing we do when we get a vehicle is put a light bar on it. So, you end up paying penalties on pretty much every vehicle you lease, even with we've had a couple of companies approach us about government leasing. And, when we talk to them about it, it's you want a nondescript car with no lights, no decals, no anything. And it works, although to Steve's point, you pay more, not less.
Well, thank you for that. I have another comment regarding the mental health professional embedded with the police department. I have done several research, and there are many places in the country that actually have mental health professional embedded with the police department. And the outcome from that is very positive. It's actually enhanced the safety of the officers. It enhanced the safety of the resident, the people that the officer talk to. I agree with Councilmember McDaniel that during crisis, the individual usually don't interact very well with the uniformed officer, but instead they are doing well and responsive to the people just look normal like them. So one agency that I have been following for the last at least 10, 15 years during the time that I was here in Federal Way at the DSHS office. It's called Cahoots Vans in Oregon. And if you can go online, it's there. The information is available to the public. It's funded partially by the police department and the city of Eugene, I think. And they've been in business for the last 20, 25 years, very successful. And many places have that very same program. So I just want to say that I am in support of that information from Paul, and I hope the chief will reconsider your decision. I know our officers are well-trained. However, they are not well-trained in particular mental health, dealing with mental health crisis. So for that reason, I am fully supported Paul for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I make a comment, Mayor? I'm sorry. I don't disagree with the argument that we should look into it, but, police run 24/7, 7 days a week, and you're not going to get by with one mental health individual. You're probably going to need 3. Maybe it's 4. I don't know what it is. I'm not opposed to looking at it, and if we decide that that's something the city should be doing, and we all agree, and the mayor says, hey, yes, we're going to do it, I'm not going to veto it, then we should do it. But I support Paul's idea, but I don't know what it's going to cost right now, and we don't know if it's 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't know who's going to manage it. Maybe we could buy more time from the King County group that gives us something for free and expand on it. But I support it, but I can't vote to spend a bunch of money today without knowing all the costs. I think we need it. We need to look at it, Paul, but I don't know. That's just my comment on what I'm hearing.
Okay. Councilmember Sapadowson, then Councilmember Honda.
Yeah, I do support it, and I think it's very important and necessary that we have it, and that we have our own person, but I would say if it's going to cost a lot of money, or how do I say this? I think it's very important that we have this around the clock. So what I would propose is we keep what King County is offering because it's free, and then maybe off hours or on the weekends, we have someone that we have, that is our own person that can actually support, because these issues are not, don't only happen during the business hours, they happen any time of the day. And so I would say keep King County, since it's a free service, and then hire someone here that could support and help during the off hours. That's my suggestion. But I still support the idea of having our own.
Councilor Honda?
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I serve on the National League of Cities Public Safety Committee, and last year we had a 2-hour meeting on this very subject. And cities around the country talked about how they have added mental health professionals to their police departments, and how much it has added to the way that the department runs, and to the way that they are working with people in mental health crises, and how successful the program is having mental health professionals as part of the police department. And I know we've talked about this during budget times before. This isn't the first time it's come up. But I think it's time that we try to add somebody to our staff that is a mental health professional. And I like the idea of that Councilmember Cepha Dawson just talked about, is having someone on holidays and weekends when King County does not have their mental health professionals available to us.
She's in the middle, yeah.
When I look at the budget and I see that we're putting $540,000 of unused ARPA money, or ARPA money that was savings from programs that have already been financed into the budget, I see that as a potential way to fund this. And the ARPA money was meant not to put into your general budget, just to put in your general budget, but it was meant to support the community. And I think that's a good source of, a good way to support the community with that money. I also would like to have the council add to our budget $30,000 for becoming a pivotal partner again at the Federal Way Chamber of Commerce. And the reason that I am asking for this is we are the only ones of the Federal Way Public Schools, Lake Haven, the fire department, we're the only ones who are not pivotal partners. And it's $15,000 a year. It serves as a marketing source for the city. It shows that we're supporting our businesses, and I believe it's a good use of our funding. Thank you.
All right, thank you. First, Council President, then Councilor Walsh. Or you want, Councilor Walsh, actually, you had your first.
Back to the mental health. I think that the idea of embedding mental health people with the police is a very good idea. I think it has a lot of merit. I would like to know more about just what the people from King County, what they, how closely they're associated, what they can do, what they can't do, when they're available, when they're not available, and I think that it's something that we need to really take a hard look at, and I think that probably the retreat would be a good time to do that, and really be able to come in fully informed on what is the best way to do it. I think that having mental health officers working with the police is something that we should be doing. But is that need being met now or not met? And we need to come in with a full understanding of the pros and cons of having our own people versus the King County folks, and whether it should be just one person to supplement them or whatever. I think that tonight, we're not really equipped to make a fully wise and prudent decision on that. However, I think it's very good that we make it a matter of discussion, and very, there's a good chance that we may want to go forward with it, but I think that we need to be going more informed.
Council President?
Oh, I thank you. I would agree. Also, Councilmember Walsh, Councilmember Dowie, that I would like to hear more about it. Whether it's at the retreat or on your committee, but if you all want to do the retreat, I'm not sure how full it is at this moment. But if you want to say for the retreat, that's fine. And I think I would like to hear from our police chief exactly what the program is. I don't want to, at the last minute, on the last hour, make a decision. I want to hear more about it. And I think that's a good idea. And if Councilmember Honda wants to make a motion or an amendment to add the rejoining as a pivotal partner with the chamber, you could make that amendment, and I'd certainly support that. I think 30,000, that's a set amount that we know that we could do, and that wouldn't be a big impact to the budget. But as far as the idea of mental health, I agree. It's a wonderful idea, just we need more. We need to refine it.
And perhaps instead of waiting until the February for the retreat, we could do it in the committee in January.
Great.
Okay, all right.
I'd like to ask about the process. So tonight is the first of 2 votes on the budget. So if 4 of us who feel very strongly that we really would like to see this added to the police department don't support the budget because of it, it comes back in 2 weeks for another vote.
Right. The final passage of the ordinance is what adopts the budget in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor McDaniel?
Does anybody else, any other comments you want to make? Because I'm going to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I do not know how to properly make it, so I might be looking at legal to make sure I'm doing it correctly.
Sure.
I make a motion to add 1 full-time social worker to the police department to provide mental health crisis services. Is there anything else needed?
Yeah, so there is a pending motion already on the main approval, or to forward.
Oh, so it'd be a motion to amend.
So it's a motion to amend, so I move to amend the proposed motion to modify the current budget as you just described, if you want.
I make a motion to amend what I just said.
Let's see if that works.
Okay, I'll let it read back to me.
Okay, why don't you read it?
Motion to amend the proposed motion to modify the current budget to add 1 full-time equivalent social worker to provide mental health crisis services.
Second.
Been a motion and a second to add 1 FTE for that purpose? Is that the motion? All right, is there any discussion?
For clarification, so the funding source is from the police department, is that correct? Or
The motion is the motion.
Okay.
The motion didn't say that. I think it'd be incumbent upon our budget director if we were to get there.
It's either from the existing police department's budget, or it would come out of the 200,000 that we have contingency. That would be the first place we would nibble away at. So the funding source is important.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any, Councilmember Suffolk-Dawson, do you want to speak to it? Anybody wants to speak to the Councilmember Tran? All right, Councilmember Honda?
So I'd like to make an amendment too, but this needs to be voted on first, correct?
Correct, yes.
Because it only one at a time?
One amendment at a time.
Yeah. Okay, if no one has any other comments, all right. All those in favor of amending the budget to add a, what is it?
Full-time social worker.
A full-time social worker?
Yeah.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Councilmember Suffolk-Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember McDaniel?
Aye.
Councilmember Honda?
Aye.
Councilmember Tran?
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh?
Nay.
Councilmember Dovey?
Nay.
Council President Kochmar.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-3.
All right. So that's been taken care of, now part of the proposed budget. Councilmember Honda, for your next
Thank you.
motion?
I'd like to,
I move to amend the proposed.
I move to amend the budget to add $30,000 to become a pivotal partner at the Federal Way Greater Chamber of Commerce.
And I'll second that.
And that essentially, that is with the understanding that'd be $15,000 per year?
year.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
All right, there's a motion, is there a second?
Right.
Or you just second that? Okay, there's a motion, a second, is there any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. What, we're just going to join, or are we going to get something for our money? I thought the reason we're not doing much with the chamber is they weren't performing or weren't coming through with the reports and the things that we had asked them to do before. So what's going to be different?
So a pivotal partner is a marketing tool in a way, because our name is up there on the banners wherever the chamber goes. And I don't know what you mean by they weren't performing. I don't know how to answer that. I also think that it's a way that we can show our support for the businesses here in Federal Way, and that
I mean,
I just think it's important that we're a pivotal partner.
okay. I tend to disagree. I mean, if it votes to pass, it passes, but I thought the reason, like I said, I thought the reason that we aren't funding them is we had asked for some contractual things that were never really provided. We have an economic development staff, and we're asking to add money to have somebody go out and go and market to our city and do things. I think we're better served to use the money that way if we're going to do it than to join another organization that, I mean, I may be the only one that thinks this way, and I might get myself in trouble, but I'm not sure they do much for us. And maybe they don't think we do much for them, but I don't think it's a good spending of money, I mean, personally.
Council President?
I'd like to tell a story. When I first joined the council back in the dark ages, we were at war. I mean, I said, what, are we at war with the chamber? And at that time, I'm not really sure what the argument was all about, but we had a big brouhaha going with the chamber. And, you know, I think we're going to have disagreements over time. And I know personalities get involved. I don't care. All I'm concerned about is, you know, that I think we should be working together in this community with all of the agencies, the fire, the water, the sewer, and the chamber. I don't know how to get around that. I just think we need to bury the hatchet, move forward, and start working together. And if that's one way we can show them how to do it, maybe that is. Although I agree we need to have more communication back and forth, but I would like it to be us making the overture for a positive move forward.
Well, what occurred was, and it was, I've made reference to this several times, that the memorandum has been provided to the council on several occasions, so I'm at a loss as to why, you're at a loss as to what the situation history is. We have provided a memorandum in which several pages of which, we've made overture after overture after overture to have them work with us and do things on behalf of us that they've refused to do. They've refused to meet with our economic development director on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, despite the fact that we did an all expenses paid trip to our two sister cities. And when we found out that the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce had attended a multi-state Chamber of Commerce event, there was a political cartoon that was used, that was sent to us, that basically had a political cartoon of Federal Way called Felony Way. And I called the executive director, and everyone on this dais knows this. I called because you were included with the letter and you were included with the communications. So I called the director of, I called Becca, the head of the chamber, and I tried to gently, counsel her that that's not positive. She wanted to know where the picture came from. And so what the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce did, when I didn't provide the name of the person that had sent that to me, is she made a public records request on my personnel cell phone to obtain the identity of the person who had sent her the picture, sent us the picture of her at a regional meeting with Chambers of Commerce representatives from Oregon and Washington, calling Federal Way Felony Way. And I have to tell you, that really was stunning. Not only was it stunning that she was, and so you want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. What I was astounded by was that somebody who is an ambassador for Federal Way, somebody who purportedly leads an organization that represents the businesses of Federal Way, would go to a regional meeting with representatives of Chambers of Commerce from Oregon and Washington and call the city that she represents Felony Way. People that have probably never heard of Federal Way before. And when I tried to confront her about it, her main interest was to retaliate against the person that sent this to us. That was so outrageously unprofessional, and to file a public records request against me, which is public record, and you all received it. So when we have we provided that information, she then attempted to use it to retaliate against the person that sent that picture, which is outrageously unprofessional. And I have to tell you that we also did some, and I provided this to the council many times, to say that the Chamber of Commerce now represents the business community, I think is a pretty gross overstatement. They represent 130 businesses, roughly. Maybe I think it's now gone up maybe a little bit, maybe 150 or something, businesses out of 4,000 businesses in the community. Think about that. What is that, like 3% of the businesses? So when we have gone back repeatedly and asked for anything in return with the chamber, anything, she's refused to provide that. So if the city council wants to give that organization who calls our city Felony Way and doesn't want to do anything, refuses to meet with her, I made the number one priority of a person that this council pays, our economic development director, who we entrust to handle economic development. I made it her number one priority to have a good relationship with the Chamber of Commerce. And that's how we're responded. So if the council wants to give the Chamber of Commerce $15,000 a year for no reason other than to look good on a marquee, that's your prerogative. So, but those are the facts, and that's what happened. And then we went back and we tried to get a contract and ask for anything in return. She refused to sign it, and that's why we have not paid them $15,000. And I'm of split mind right now of whether I would just go along with council and send the money, because frankly, I did pay the money on behalf of this community for a few years on the understanding that maybe it would just buy peace. But if you want to spend $15,000 of taxpayer money to buy peace, to get nothing in return, that's your prerogative. So, is there a motion? You made the motion. Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor, for sharing that. I think I'm also concerned about be it 150 or, whatever the numbers of businesses that they support, I think, and I hope that we could come to an agreement to get some deliverables that are out there, right, that we want. One thing that I do understand is that there's a lot of economic conversation that they're having. And so Federal Way as a city wants to also be a part of that. And so the optics, number one, because it's called Federal Way Chamber, it's in Federal Way. Yes, it represents, the greater Federal Way. But still, I think we have a common interest is to grow and develop our businesses here in our city. So how do we come together and make that happen? And first of all, $15,000 a year is not a whole lot. And secondly, I think we can come together and discuss this. And I don't know the context about the Felony Way.
I just told you, it was a regional meeting.
No, I get it, the context. I don't know what was said prior to that, what was said after that. Is it like people called this city felony way, but ... I don't know, right?
Yeah.
We weren't there. Or prior to that, what was said, we weren't there. So I want to make sure that we don't go out of context or when not understanding the full picture, because sometimes sound bites sounded one way when they're really intended to mean something. But I wasn't there, right? So I still support that we do this. And last week when we were talking and Tanya wasn't, when somebody on the dais asked, is the chamber a part of these business meetings that we had, the 4 different meetings? And it was like, well, they can find the information the way we did. It was just, to me, it's like there was that break of relationship and trust, and we're still serving the same population.
Where?
And I think we can come to some kind of terms and agreement where we can,
They've refused.
let's try again.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor McDaniel?
Yeah, this is actually really crash moment for me because I see both sides. I have my own reasons for not joining the chamber from years ago, but I do have context on it. It was a conversation about controlling the narrative, so that was what the actual conversation was about when that picture was shown. Would the council take a friendly amendment to make it 1 year to see if they're willing to actually come to the table and talk to us about it? And then it's only 15,000, not 30,000, and then if it does not happen, cut it.
Councilmember Honda, would you accept that as a friendly amendment or not?
I would accept that.
Okay. Councilmember Walsh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm conflicted some. I mean, what Councilmember McDaniel said, I agree with. I'd say make it a year. And the context that it was given in was saying that how if you don't proactively control the conversation, things can go wrong. Personally, I think that that shouldn't have been used regardless. Even so, it was poor judgment for it to be used even in that context. I can understand. I mean, it was a bit of a example of what can happen if the example of the need to control the conversation, but it was some poor judgment, and I think that there has been some poor judgment. But I mean, I think that we should put up a hand and say, hey, let's try to get along, and hopefully it will be reciprocated.
Very good. Okay.
And so anyway, and I would say that with that, we should send a message that we want her to be meeting with Tanya on a quarterly basis or more often or something, and that's our expectation. We can't dictate what she does, but that's our expectation as we once again become a pivotal partner.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Dovey?
Yeah, I think, I take it a little differently. I think we're throwing citizens' money, 15,000 away to appease somebody. If we want to have a discussion and say it's online to be in the budget, let's have a discussion, and if we feel comfortable, then you support somebody. But just to throw 15,000 in the budget, just to feel good because you want to be part of the chamber, and it's not a two-way street, none of you would take your wallet and walk up to somebody, and here's $1,000, but you talk to them first. You'd want to make sure that you donate, your donation is being used right, or you're doing it. I just think that until there's a discussion, I don't, why we would send 15,000 to someone who isn't reciprocal right now. But, I mean, that's why there's 7 people up here. Everybody's got a different opinion.
Right, which is important to hear. Council President?
Well,
Go ahead.
I certainly understand how you feel, Mayor, absolutely. And, there's a lot of anger that you can feel over certain things, and it's difficult to rise above that, and I don't blame you one bit. In fact, what I see going on here is a couple of things, one of which is World Cup is coming. I'm concerned about that because it's all going through the chamber. I don't see them, we have some discussions going on with Tanya, But we all need to be working on that, bringing people into our community for lodging tax to bring the tourists here, because hopefully we're going to have, I just asked Sound Transit, where they're going to be ready by 2026 so that they can bring those tourists here to our hotels. So that's a big thing. And then there's another thing going on that's really bothering me, which is that I see our legislators going to the chamber and talking to them and bypassing us. So what the heck is going on here? If they can't be big enough to overcome that, then I think we need to take the overture and show that we are the bigger persons. And today I learned that one of our legislators has identified 4 properties in Federal Way that they're going to be using for some kind of economic development. I don't know what it is. I was going to go up and talk to Becca, but I doubt that she would have told me. And so we have to do something that's going to make a difference, and if they can't do it, we're going to have to. And if they can't, then I think we're going to need to make that public.
Right.
And let's see, I could say pissed, but I think I'll say pissed that I was in the legislature for 4 years. I can't believe this is going on. I can't believe that they are bypassing this city, the largest city in their 30th district, and going straight to the chamber. So we need to do something, and if they can't, then I think we need to be putting some opinion in the paper, the Federal Mirror, and if we can't get through the Mirror, then we need to put it on social media.
All right.
Because I can't believe this is going on in this community. And like I said, when I first got here, we were at war with the chamber.
And I would say right now, I wouldn't say that's the posture. The posture is, like at the 4 Business Connection meetings, many of you have been there. I praise the chamber. I say people should join. People should go to have them do their grand openings and to join and tell them exactly where the monthly meetings are. Said at every meeting.
Yes, and we have even, both Councilmember Honda and I have tried to make a meeting to meet with their board, and they have not met with us.
Right.
And so I'm not sure what's going on, but I think that this community deserves to know what's going on. And if we do have 4,000 businesses in this city and they are not members of that chamber, I think I would like to know why. Why not?
Yeah, it's a good question. Councilmember Honda?
I have to think of what I was going to say. So my understanding of the felony waste slide was because this was talked about at a chamber meeting afterwards. There were 3 slides. It was a presentation. It was a cut from a newspaper article, and it was a newspaper heading, felony way. That was the first slide. The second slide was controlling the story, not letting someone else control the story. And the third slide was a picture of Sasquatch. That's what she showed. So secondly, I think it's important that we know that the CEO of the chamber has a board, and her board hires and fires her, and her board tells her what to be doing. So when we're just saying one person, it's a board, and it's not just one person, it's a board. And I think that's really important to say, because it's not just one person.
Right. And I did, just so you know, when this all happened, I want everybody to know that I met with the president of the board and the vice chair of the board in my office. We had a good meeting, and part of why none of this had been daylighted is there was an agreement made that we would not speak ill of the chamber, and that they had agreed not to do the other. And so that when it became clear, Becca was not part of that meeting for reasons that only the board would know, but they sent their leadership of the board. And she's refused 28 offers to do anything for us. So I guess the qualification I have is I execute the policies that the policy committee votes on. My question is does this funding request come with no conditions, or are there any conditions that the council would want to have as a precondition to providing $15,000 of taxpayer money?
I think Councilmember Walsh had a good idea, which was to send a letter saying, we have discussed this, the council has agreed to rejoin the chamber for 1 year as a pivotal partner, but we would ask that, to put it in a higher level, and just that we would ask that you meet with our economic development person on a regular basis, whatever it is you want to ask for, and just say, we hope that you will agree with us on this, and
Yep.
see what happens.
All right.
And if she still disagrees, drop it.
Right. Councilmember.
Just going to add in there, I love the businesses around here. I'm willing to sit in on those conversations too. I have my own history with the chamber, so
Okay.
I'm more than willing to sit in on those.
All right, well, thank you. So it's your motion, Councilmember Honda. What precondition would you recommend, or any?
I would not recommend any conditions. I think we need to rejoin as a pivotal member. I agree that we could do it for a year, and encourage, not tell, but encourage meetings. I mean, telling is almost like, we're only going to do this if you do this. I think that we can encourage meetings, and maybe we can even encourage a meeting of the board of the chamber and the council.
Can we do that in the form of a letter?
We're the elected representatives of the people of the community. We did that my first year as mayor. We actually had a meeting in this room, right about in that side of the room. And in my opinion, it was one of the worst mistakes I ever made as mayor. Putting the elected representatives on the same footing as the board of the chamber. We are the elected representatives of the people of this community. They're a board of Chamber of Commerce. It represents 150 businesses. So your motion, let's, I think you guys know the position. Councilmember Walsh?
I was going to say that the board doesn't even necessarily represent the 150 businesses
No.
because the board members are selected by the board members rather than being voted on by, that's something, I've been a member of the chamber for 13 years, and I still haven't figured out why the board isn't ratified by the general chamber membership.
I've been a member of the chamber for about 12 years.
Well, I would just say, I want to clarify to everybody, and I want to make sure the record's clear. I didn't take so much umbrage. I just want everybody to know. I thought to myself, what would a friend do if they were confronted with the actions of a friend of theirs about that cartoon? And I thought they would make a personal phone call. That's what we would all do, right? If any one of you were to say something, or I found out something, I'd call you. And that's the way, I think actually, I just want to let you know, what caused the concern was not only the 28 denials of doing any kind of thing for us, or the refusal to sign a contract to do any deliverables, it was the retaliatory actions of the CEO of not only she has an absolute right to make a public records request, but trying to seek retribution on the person that sent us that. And that to me was troubling. But anyway, there's been I just want to make sure the record's clear.
Can I make
Yeah.
one more comment? You hit on a very interesting point. Everybody that we give money to, we have an agreement. If it's the Federal Way Caregivers Network, if it's, Fusion, whatever we give money to, Human Services, the Arts Commission, whatever, we have an agreement of why we're giving them the money.
Yep.
And, I mean, what's the agreement? Are we just setting 15,000, a small number, of taxpayers' money so we can have a relationship, so somebody that hasn't want a relationship with us, apparently? I mean, I think we're setting a precedence, again, that maybe we shouldn't. I mean, if there's an agreement and there's an agreement for services and why we want to spend 15,000 to be a member of a group that gets together and have lunch at the PAC, and whenever anybody goes here, we all pay for the lunch. I'm not convinced it's a good use of money. It's a small amount of money, but I don't think it's the best way to use our money without an agreement.
They get the room for free and just have to pay for the food.
Oh, we give the room to the...
We do. We do.
Do we have an MOO for...
And the Performing Arts and Events Center was listed as not a pivotal partner, but a something partner. It was listed on the materials.
Yeah.
You guys, Councilmember Daniel, did you have something?
The last question I have is, I assume that being a member, whatever this level is, does come with some kind of back and forth contractual
Oh,
deal?
we're members of the chamber.
No, I meant
Yeah.
the pivotal part, it comes
No.
with something, I would assume. It's not just his 15,000.
I also do want to clarify, though, and this is a very important point that I've made sure. We are members of the Chamber of Commerce as a city. We're just not pivotal partners right now because of the refusal to provide any level of service to the city, and for the reasons we stated before. Tanya?
Brian can help me out on this, but we did, when we were offering the pivotal partnership the last time, we did have 4 or 5 deliverable requests on there, and those were flat out refused. So we did actually make requests for requirements, and it was refused.
Okay, there's been a, okay.
I know that we need to get on a better footing. We need to change what's going on. I'm just not sure how to do it. I don't even know if this will help. All I know is we need to change the trajectory of what's going on here.
Okay, and you know what? I've heard that, council. I hear what you're saying. And this job is not about us. It's not about our personalities. It's about supporting our businesses and supporting. So we will make our best efforts. We need to reach out to the chamber anyway to make sure they're included in the business district meetings. Let's see which way this motion goes. Is there any further discussion on the motion? And which I understand is a 1 year, 15,000. Is that right? 1 year, 15,000. Going once. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Well, I think it was important to make sure everybody knows the facts, and those are the facts, as we know them. All right. So, the amended motion was a $15,000 a year payment without condition. That's the motion, without condition to the chamber for a 1 year membership as a pivotal partner. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Councilmember Sapadowson?
Aye.
Councilmember McDaniel?
Aye.
Councilmember Honda?
Aye.
Councilmember Tran?
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh?
Aye.
Councilmember Dovey?
Nay.
Council President Kochmar?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
Checks in the mail. All right, we'll take care of it. We'll
Yeah,
reach
we've
back. Well, but, yeah. Okay, are there any other motions?
But we need to,
Are there any other,
I forgot what we did.
Yeah,
What
we're-
did we do
we're
with
back on the
first
budget.
amendment?
well, we had the amendment for the 15,000. We
Right,
had the
before.
amendment for the
Mental health person.
mental health person. Are there any other amendments? All right, Council President Kochmar?
Thank you. I move to forward the proposed amended ordinance to the November 19th, 2024 council meeting for second reading and enactment.
Second.
It's been a motion and a second to move forward with first reading with the budget as amended. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passes unanimously. Item C, Council Bill 888, Ordinance 2025 Property Tax Levy. Steve Groom will have a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a requirement of King County that we pass the ordinance. And we have already had a hearing last meeting. So briefly, the assessor raised the assessed value of the city 6%. 1% increase of the entire assessed value of the city is $120,000. And I think that's a good point to point out that as you consider the legislation that is considering raising it 3%, that would add $240,000 to our city budget. Not much, I just wanted to tell you what the number is. The new construction this year is about, will add $80,000 to our tax levy. The statutory maximum that we can ask for is $41.8 million. We have, the amount that we can maximize according to their formula is $12.3 million. That would reduce our tax rate to 69 cents. Over the last several years, almost every year, our assessed value has gone up. It went down 4% last year. However, the tax levy itself always goes up 1% on existing value and a little bit more for new construction. So here's the graph that shows the tax history of our tax rate. Our tax rate next year will drop from 72 cents to 69 cents per thousand of assessed value. We are almost the lowest city in King County. I did a survey. I couldn't get a complete survey. There was one city I found that had less, but most cities have a higher tax rate than we do. As you know, raising our tax levy by 1% does not come anywhere near keeping up with inflation. And when you look at the average taxpayer's tax bill, the school district, the state, the fire district, and the King County all have higher portions on the tax bill than ours. Ours is 7% of the average taxpayer. The process is that we estimate our budget need, and the county assessor takes it from there. They calculate assessed values, we don't. They allocate the tax levy to the properties, and the request from the city is up to 1% increase with an asterisk for an addition for new construction. So we have estimated our budget need. The 2025 budget requests $12.3 million. That's the maximum, and that's what this ordinance is. This ordinance will be to request $12.3 million through the tax assessor.
Any questions for Steve? Or were you done?
That's it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any questions? Okay, Councilmember Tran, do you have, actually, I'm sorry, do we have any public comment?
No, Mayor, I don't have anyone signed up.
All right, would the city clerk please read the ordinance title?
Council Bill 888, Ordinance 2025 Property Tax Levy, an ordinance of the City of Federal, Washington, setting the property tax rate for 2025.
All right, Councilmember Tran.
Mr. Mayor, I move to forward the proposed ordinance to the November 19, 2024 council meeting for second reading and enactment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Stephanie?
Councilmember Sapadowson.
Aye.
Councilmember McDaniel.
Nay.
Councilmember Honda.
Aye.
Councilmember Tran.
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dovey.
Aye.
Council President Kochmar.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, now we're on to council reports. Councilmember Sapadowson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this robust conversation, and that we could always come to agreement and work together, so I appreciate that. I just wanted to say a few words about former Councilmember Dini. I actually met her when I was doing United Way's project lead in the 90s, and she was the director of an organization, I don't recall the name, but it had to do with children, and I was assigned to work with her. So that was my first encounter with her, and then she disappeared, only to find out that she was at Multi-Service Center. And then when I first saw her, I had to remind her of who I was, of course. It's like, she's like, you look familiar, and finally and so she was like a mentor to me to be on boards and commissions, and that's what Project Lead does for minority or people of color. And so she really encouraged me, built me up, and said that we do need more diversity within our boards and commissions, and, to help me just get a better understanding of what it's like to be on, to serve. And then from then, when we were doing Advancing Leadership, we actually built the canopy by Multi-Service Center, so we worked very closely with her. And then, of course, here on the council. So I'm going to miss her a lot, and I think she's done great things for our community, and so I think we're blessed to have her in our midst and in our lives, and I just wanted to share that with you, and that's all. That's my report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McDaniel.
Yeah, I'd like to start by thanking everybody up here. Like I said, this might be my only budget. I've been looking at the budget since 2013. I was digging through it just the other day, and I have copies from 2013, but I could never ask the questions. And if I did ask the questions, no one had to respond to me. Now it's a little bit different, and I appreciate it. I appreciate all the time you guys have spent with me, educating me on the budget and understanding it. I like the fact we don't have to see eye to eye, but that's not the point. And that you guys have given me an education I'll never forget if I don't get to do it again. So thank you all.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Honda.
Thank you. I'd like to say a few words about Deanie, too. When I first got on council, my very first meeting, I voted on something that she didn't like, the way I voted on. I voted for the mayor to be the deputy mayor, and she was not happy with me about that.
Well, thank you.
And she let me know for about a year how unhappy she was. And then we started working together, and we became great partners in doing things. One of the things that we did right before COVID happened, and I'm so glad we did, the coffee shop on First Avenue, and it's gone through several names now since then. Now it's called, I think, Small Bites. Did not have a drive-through window. And they had come to the city had started work with the city, and then that was in like the fall or something, and then in January, the city had increased their rates, and so this company had been told to come back in January. For some reason, they came back. The fees of what they were going to be charged were quite a bit higher. And Deanie was livid, so she said, we're going to take care of this. And so we did, and she and I met with the mayor and staff, and not only did that business get their additional fees reduced back to what they had been before January, but so did some other businesses that were in the same kind of process. But because of that, that business got their drive-through window. And if they had not had that, they would have closed during COVID because they would have had no way of staying open. And then the Weyerhaeuser event and the fish, the freezer. When Deanie felt strongly about something, everybody knew about it. And I loved working with her. And I just wanted to say to her partner, Linda, thank you for taking care of her and taking such good care of her. And my thoughts and prayers are with you. Secondly, our veterans program is this Saturday, November 9th, from 2 to 3 at KOAM, which is off of 320th by Weyerhaeuser Way. And I'd like to see everyone come. We have a great speaker. He's sitting in the back of the room. And we have music, we have Boy Scouts coming, we have the veterans there. And please let people know, especially if you're a veteran, so we can honor you, because it's your day. It's almost your day, but it's your day here at Federal Way, and we'd like to thank the veterans, or I would like to thank the veterans for their services and their sacrifices. Thank you very much.
All right, Councilor Tran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had the honor to work with Deanie in the FedRAC committee. I was a brand-new council member, and I always sit on her left side for whatever reason. I never go to the right side. I think it's safer for me to sit on her left. One thing I remember about her is that she told staff that she wanted to keep the FedRAC meetings under 1 hour. And for whatever reason, she was able to maintain that. So I'm trying to work with Steve to, cut down the amount of time in the FedRAC meeting, but I'm not successful so far. The second thing that I want to share is, since I'm not going to be at the breakfast tomorrow, Mayor and Council President are aware, I want to share a story to support the safety camera. And any of you feel free to share my story with the lawmakers. About 8 or 9 years ago, when I was the administrator for the DSHS office down in Auburn. So on that particular day, there was a person came into the Auburn office, was very upset, and made a direct threat, not to the staff in Auburn, but staff in Federal Way, DSHS over here. So we immediately called the office here in Federal Way and tell them that, because what he said was, I am going to go to the Federal Way CSO, Community Service Office, and shoot that place up. It was a serious threat. So we called the office, and we also notified the police department here. And we give the police department description of that person, the car he was driven with, even the license plate. And that was it. About 35 minutes, 40 minutes later, I received another phone call from Federal Way office, and they're telling me that the police already there waiting for that individual to show up. I mean, he did not have a chance to go into the office. And later I find out more, it was a safety camera that captured a license and tracked that individual going from Auburn to Federal Way. So that's true story. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Walsh.
Well, I didn't have the opportunity to work with Deanie, but I love her example of 1-hour committee meetings. I mean, staff, you know.
She went out to dinner
All right,
with her.
I see a thumbs up from John out there, so, anyway. Hey, the veterans event on Saturday, it should be a great event. Some of the music, I don't know about, but anyway, so, it'll be an honor to be able to sing there for it. Also, about 10 days ago, I had the privilege of emceeing and being an auctioneer for a fundraiser for one of the great nonprofits here in Federal Way that doesn't serve Federal Way, but serves people in Honduras, the very poorest of the poor people, some of the poorest people in the Western Hemisphere. Proyecto Honduras, that one of the great Federal Way citizens, Evelyn Castelar, founded. And she's a great example of the difference that one person can make. And she's impacted literally thousands of lives because of the work that she does with the clinic and school that she's established in Honduras. And Susan was there for the dinner, and I think that Linda, you've been there before.
Many times.
For it, yeah. And I would encourage people. I'm sure there'll be one next year. Once again, one of the great nonprofits here in Federal Way. So I would, there's a lot of good things here. There's a lot of good things, a lot of good people, and I appreciate that. And other than that, I would look forward to seeing you all in about 8 hours and 45 minutes.
That's right. Thank you. Councilor Earl. Toby?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have much to report, but I will say one Deanie story. She and I served on the committee that decided to buy this building. I was the chair and she was the second. And when I first met her, I thought, man, how are we going to get together? Because I thought she was way over here and I was way over here. And she's one of the most conservative people I ever met when it came to how to spend money and how to budget. And part of this building is, you know, we should look back. I mean, we wouldn't be here if Deanie hadn't been on that committee. I want to say I was part of the committee too, but we got appointed to oversee what the new city hall was going to be like, and here we are. And other than that, I have no report. It's good to be back in the U.S.
All right, thank you. All right, Council President.
Quick Deanie story. She turned that Malta Service Center around unbelievably from where it was. The woman who was running it before passed away tragically, and Deanie came in and took it over and did wonders with it. And she had a temper, but she actually had a heart of gold, and she always supported me, and I always appreciated that. And yes, we do have to get up at the community center at 7:30 in the morning, and then after that, we've got to be in Florida right during hurricane season, is what I understand. So hopefully, we'll get back here safe and sound.
Have fun. All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.